The man places his hand on his forehead and feels a strange dent above his left brow. He freezes. The man places his hand on his forehead and index finger into the hole above his eyelid twitches. He freezes. The man hears a sound as if he carefully inserts an index finger into the hole above his eyelid twitches. Eggshell cracking. The forehead bends under his hand. The stranger pushes another finger into the hole. A thick goo spews from the wound. I can hear his skull cracking.
My little stone.
The man slowly removes his finger from the hole in his head. A colorless ooze is dripping from them. He's holding something, a round object.
That's why.
He swings his left hand and throws the object at me. A small, irregular ball bounces off my arm and lands at my feet.
This is what put me to sleep.
His head lifelessly drops to the concrete floor of the destroyed tunnel and goes still. You pick up the bullet the man just pulled out. Both it and the cross are soft. I could understand the wooden cross since wood can rot into mush, but a fragmented bullet? Something isn't right here, but we don't have anything else to go on at the moment. The man also mentions something about a tree blocking the road home, which the protagonist takes note of in his journal.
While in the underground passage, I met a peculiar man. He acted strangely, blabbering about a talking tree, which emerged on a path to some house in the village. I need to investigate it.
It seems like this part of the tunnel did lead outside, but we can't use it now that it's collapsed. Also worth noting, if you spared the doctor, he'll actually run away when you end the conversation with the man, probably thinking that he can do better on his own rather than relying on you, which to be fair is his loss. I've got a pistol, a shotgun, a lot of Molotovs, some explosives, and he probably has a pack of cigarettes. Although that being said, it would be a cool concept if you were surviving the night with the doctor, you know, like both of you teaming up to fight against the enemies that attack, but I just don't think the game was designed around that. Suddenly, I hear the bang of the metal floor, followed by a sound of scraping footsteps. It's the doctor. Your character even makes a note of it in his journal, writing how the doctor would have just been dead weight.
The doctor has escaped. So be it. It would only be a hindrance anyway.
There's a corpse right by the door, holding a torch, rotten mushrooms, and a rusted iron cowbell. The cowbell doesn't have any inscriptions or anything, so there's not really any information to go on. But my game theory is it belonged to a door guard that had been using it to signal people in the main tunnel to open the door, as this area was clearly some kind of importance to an outsider group. Or it could just be an SCP-513 reference. Actually, yeah, scratch that. It's literally the SCP. As you follow the doctor's footsteps, it looks like this corridor is less of a tunnel and more of a cave, with its walls being irregular and made out of roots, even having people embedded in them, who try to speak to you as you move past them.
I just wanted to pass. Return to my family.
This entire area is flooded with deep water. Walking through it, you get slowed down considerably. You can sprint, but it barely makes you any faster, and uses up pretty much all your stamina in seconds. Trust me, you really want to save your stamina for water, as you first start seeing splashes and shadows of things below the surface. Progressing through the cave, you can find locked crates, but unless you brought lockpicks with you, you won't actually be able to loot them. The loot inside is pretty standard: pills, maybe even a lamp or bug shells. Finally, you'll reach a narrow passageway where the thing lurking in the water reveals itself. It looks like some kind of mutated alligator or crocodile, though neither, surprisingly, are native to Poland. So it's fair to assume that it's another mutation caused by the forest. It starts approaching you, but instead of attacking, it repeats the same phrases the people in the walls did.
I just wanted to pass.
Before slinking back into the water. Afterwards, you come into a chamber with the corridor blocked with some sort of growth. These are part of a new game mechanic and serve as a sort of basic puzzle. Having the large eye on the ground in your line of sight will cause it to retract and close, also retracting the growth blocking the way, allowing you to progress. But that means once you go past the growth, you won't be able to make eye contact with the initial one, so after this, you really can't go back. In the next room, you can find a body with a shiny stone tied to a wooden cross. It looks very similar to the weird cross from earlier, though the weird cross seemed like a distorted version of this one. Examining the body gives you this: a dried body of some man, only skin and bones, covered in roots. They are surprisingly well preserved. There's a small hole in his forehead. I'd say he's been lying here for more than 2 years.
Now, if the body's been lying there for around 2 years, that means there was a restriction set in this area around the same time. And also keep in mind the bullet hole in his head. There was someone that had a bullet hole in their head much earlier.
This is the end of the tunnel. There's stairs leading to the surface and just maybe an exit outside the woods. Now, you should know by now, and by checking the length of this video, nothing is ever that simple in the forest. You come out inside another building, and this area is the swamp.
This was actually foreshadowed by one of the first dreams in the game. When you opened the bunker door in said dream, you saw a half-flooded area with a path of shiny stones, which shows that these dreams aren't really dreams. Some of them are actually premonitions.
So it's clear that you're not out of the woods yet. Frankly, this place seems even more diseased than the old woods were. The entire area around you is flooded, with only some strips of dry land in between the deep water. You'll quickly realize the building you woke up in is yet another hideout, complete with an oven, workbench, and even a compressor, something we haven't seen in previous hideouts or at all in the game. Apparently, it's used to fill oxygen tanks. But not only do you not have any on you, apart from some rusted ones lying next to the generator, the machine itself is also broken. So I guess you won't be able to pretend you're playing Iron Lung for a little while still. Beautifully. Also, one thing to mention here, if you thought you were smart and you took the bike bell thinking you could get the drunk guy to bring all your stuff with you, you've actually just tricked yourself out of an entire inventory slot. I mean, honestly, like, what did you expect? The poor guy to, like, trawl through the mud and water to get here? Look, I'm sure you were giving him pure moonshine, but there is not enough moonshine to cover that much of the forest. And on top of that as well, the hatch you came through actually sealed itself behind you.
I finally got out of the tunnels. The hatch sealed itself shut behind me. I am now at the swamp, in an abandoned hideout.
In the room right next to where you wake up, you're introduced to a new mechanic. The black substance, or black shell as the note next to it calls it, is covering a crate that you probably want to open, especially if you brought no crafting supplies with you from chapter 1. But to burn it away, you'll need a light source. That note I mentioned earlier points to it in case you can't figure it out. I can only decipher individual words: shell, black goo, light. This can be a lantern or flashlight, and since you're usually carrying around one of those anyway, it shouldn't be too much of an issue for now. Unless you're like me and throw an entire Molotov cocktail at the crate. You know, because Molotov is fire, fire is light. Fire should be a light source, but it actually doesn't do anything. This mechanic also spices up the game in ways that I'll talk about later. Compared to the hideouts that you're used to by now, this one is huge. It's split off across 3 major buildings, all of them comparable to sizes in the Dry Meadow hideout. It also looks way more worn down, even more than the Old Woods hideout, with walls missing parts basically everywhere, entire collapsed sections, and one of the buildings even seems to have been burnt down, leaving only the front wall and wood saw outside intact. It's ruined so badly, the piping from your oven doesn't even reach out there, so you can't use it as a shelter during the night. But all that being said, still the most desirable property in Birmingham. £10,000 a month, take it or leave it. Another difference is that you can once again touch a little bit of grass without immediately getting floor gored, as the oven's range seems to extend a little bit further than in the Old Woods. You can even see the gas tubes spreading out onto the grass between the buildings, and believe me, those small paths will be your bread and butter at nighttime, especially since you get some gas tanks and explosive barrels already set up to help with the defense. Most likely left over from whoever was stationed here before. Now on top of that as well, there's also the usual stuff you can find in most buildings in this game: movable lamps as well as fixed ones, wardrobes with basic supplies, even a stash beneath one. But this one has some shotgun shells, pills, and a note with a photo of signs.
This note was probably wrote by the outsiders, and they were probably trying to make sense of all the notes and scribblings the savages have been leaving around Darkwood. There are even some photos showing possible intersection points, but they were never really solved, with the only addition being scribblings of a madman.
Though we know that there has to be something more to them, as the first time we encountered them in the Dry Meadow, they caused us to have vivid hallucinations. Maybe this is a way of communication between the savages and the forest itself that we just can't understand. Like how the native Polish language is completely incomprehensible to anyone without unmedicated schizophrenia. I'm not joking, like I've been trying to pronounce Polish stuff in this video, I just can't do it. Why do they have like the letter C and Z in like every word? If you choose the musician path and fail the train wreck dream sequence, you can also find some tobacco inside a bag on the bed, as well as an extinguished campfire with a book inside it. It looks like the same book you could find in the doctor's house back in the prologue. Despite it being heavily burnt, you can still make out some words. Like how at the top of each page it says Wiedzę lekarska, meaning medical knowledge in Polish. Collecting this book will also mark the cottage near the junkyard on your map. But there's one more place in your hideout affected by the path you take back in Chapter 1. In the same building as your workbench, you can find a metal door. In most playthroughs, this door stays closed pretty much forever, as there's no special key or code to open it. However, if you took the Wolfman path and on top of that killed the Sow, this door will open one night, revealing someone we've met earlier sat down in the corner. Something is lurking in the shadows.
I'm sorry.
From beneath the mask, you can hear a horribly distorted, resounding voice of a child.
Very sorry. I didn't know you were living here.
The figure tries to turn its head, but its enormous neck makes this task impossible to complete.
I didn't want to disturb you, mister. I just wanted to hide. I don't know this part of the woods. Everything here is different. And the wee hut here seemed so cozy and safe. Please let me stay. Please, don't chase me off. I've got nowhere to go. The villagers don't allow me to live in the camp. I promise I won't play anymore. I'll be quiet. You can cover me with something if you don't want to look at me. Please, just let me stay.
He appears to be heavily mutated, much more than before. He looks like he's struggling to stay alive, constantly shivering and breathing heavily. He hasn't gone feral like the Chompers, but it's obvious that the forest has heavily mutated him. Gossiping with him reveals why he's here.
Someone killed our village Sow, the mother of all pigs. The villagers cried after her a lot. They said there must be food on the other side. They cut through the trees with their axes. They barely managed to. The trees kept growing back. I followed them, but they didn't let me stay in their camp.
The boy adjusts the cracked mask with his overgrown hand.
I wanted to go back home, but a huge hole appeared where the passage used to be. When the ground shakes, holes like these sometimes appear. The villagers say it's the wood being angry. I've run to the swamps, and that's how I found your home. It's a very beautiful house, much more beautiful than the villagers' camp. They sleep on rocks. I think it's some kind of an old quarry. This camp can be found in the edge of the swamp.
Now, this is a really, really bad thing, because the only reason they're ever in the quarry in Chapter 2 is if you wiped out their only food source in Chapter 1. So they're coming here with a vengeance. Now, honestly, it's pretty impressive that they managed to cut their way out of the village, especially in that huge, dense thicket of trees. If you remember all the way back in Chapter 1, they were, stretching on for kilometers trying to get through, and basically everything would just grow back.
He'll also talk a bit about himself.
Recently, I've grown quite a bit. My mom always used to say that I need to be big and strong to help out in the field.
The boy tries to hug his frail knees with his disproportionately massive torso.
But I don't want to be big anymore. It's very hard being big. You need to be so strong to even walk. Now my violin is too small for me.
This references his current extremely mutated state. I think this is something that we kind of knew was going to happen, but seeing him deteriorate like this in front of us is just depressing. This is why I said earlier the outcome of him burying his parents or being killed by them, it really was a mercy, because he'd still be able to go to the village and at least live off the meat from the sow. He might still end up like this, but he wouldn't be on his own. Again, this seems like another outcome from you trying to cut corners to beat the game faster. When you come back to see him the next day, you'll find that the room he's staying in actually damages you for staying inside. Now, there's not really any law reason behind this. If anything, it's probably to prevent people from locking themselves behind a metal door and cheesing every single night. Because much like you, enemies can't break through metal doors. Although that would be a terrifying thought. After a few days, when you talk to him, he'll offer you a gift.
I have something for you, mister.
The boy picks an enormous rat corpse from the ground and dangles it by its tail.
Huge one, isn't it? I caught it this night for you. I saw it sneaking by the wall. I played dead the best way I can play dead, and it's this mouse, I mean, she jumped on my hand. It started nibbling on my finger. I quickly clasped my hand and bit through its neck. I always do that. That's why they stop running.
Corners of the boy's mouth turn up in a grotesque smile, exposing rows of overgrown teeth which even his mask couldn't hide.
Mice. Mice are good. Better than bark and these funny black bugs. Here, taste it. You'll like it.
You can either accept this generous offering, which makes the musician happy.
When I catch more, I'll give them to you.
And he does actually do that, talking to him again a couple days later, and he'll give you another rat.
I have a delicious wee mouse for you. I caught it this night. Here you go.
This rat is actually pretty useful as well. You can eat it to recover some HP or cook it in the stove for more essence, which goes to show that even the rats are heavily infected. Alternatively, you can lose out on it and refuse his gift, which just, makes him a little bit sad. You asshole. The boy quickly glances at the rat's blood-soaked corpse and freezes.
But they are so tasty. I thought you liked them. I'm sorry.
The boy drops the rat to the floor, then hugs his knees and falls silent. I feel the way the dialogue is wrote here, you are purposely made to feel like a piece of shit for refusing a bloodied rat corpse. One day, you can also find him playing with a ping pong ball. The musician hums and bounces a small ping pong ball against the wall. He probably found it amongst the junk. Suddenly, he notices me.
Oh, it's you.
The ball bounces off his deformed hand and lands between my feet. You can either give the ball back or take it for yourself, but come on. You're a monster, but you're not that much of a monster, surely. If you aren't a horrible piece of shit, you'll be rewarded with yet another rat. How generous. After a few more days, he'll mention being hungry. The boy leans over the violin lying next to his overgrown left hand. He plucks one of the strings with his right hand, clumsily trying to keep the rhythm.
I'm sorry for asking, but do you maybe have something to eat?
The boy stops strumming. He carefully sets the violin down between his knees and holds the neck in his hand.
I'm a wee bit hungry, and if you had something, anything...
You can now show him some food items like bread or eggs, but also things that you've been using to dose yourself with essence, such as odd meat or mushrooms. Giving him pretty much anything edible, he'll say this.
Oh, thank you, mister. You're so kind, but I don't have anything. Nothing I can give you.
The boy leans over his left side and reaches for something with his right hand. I hear the sound of torn fabric. He passes me a piece of rope, which was part of his tattered clothing.
It's a kind of rope. You can do a lot of things with a rope. You can do a knot, tie it, or hang your laundry on it.
He gives you a rope in case you still needed to craft any inventory upgrades that you missed. What happens with the musician next is entirely depending on what food you gave him. If it was regular human food, he'll stay in the room and continue to keep you company throughout chapter 2. However, if you gave him any food that was affected by the forest, which is most things, you'll come back the next day and find him transformed even worse. At this point, he looks like something I'd commission. Being so fat, he actually pushes out of the room. He's clearly mutated even further, the essence from the food accelerating the process at a breakneck pace. You can't interact with him anymore, and once he's in this state, after one more day, he'll disappear entirely. It's unknown what happens to him then. We can't find a bloated corpse outside the hideout or anywhere. He's gone. The room still damages you after he leaves, in case you were wondering. No exploiting the game for you, maggot. Maggot! Another interesting thing is that if you killed the Sow, but also killed all the villagers that were cutting down the trees, the musician won't actually appear in chapter 2. Most likely because the villagers weren't able to find a way out of the forest, because, you killed them all. It's really impressive how the devs thought of pretty much every individual outcome. Exploring the hideout further, one of the paths between the buildings lies a corpse holding a knife, some flares, and a note. The map is outdated. It must have been prepared around 2 years ago. The woods have changed considerably since then. Moreover, it's so ragged it's barely readable. However, I think I can make out the position of the cottage near the junkyard and the village with that tree. Also important to mention is the map is about as old as the corpse we found right before the tunnel exit, possibly meaning that this entire area got restricted and evacuated around that time. The actual note reads this.
Day 1, 13:15 hours. The compressor is broken. So is the lock on the trap door leading to the underground. Had to use a blowtorch. Fucking moisture. Day 2, 1200 hours. We took 45 photos of the tree from the observation point in the vicinity of 3C. It grew twice its size in a month. Really quick, even for the local standards. Day 2, 1520 hours. I'm slowly running out of oxygen. I've sent 2 men to search the nearby junkyard. Maybe we won't have to go back for spare parts for the compressor. Watch out for the cottage near the junkyard. Someone could be living there. Day 2, 1812 hours. At least 10 locals lurking between the trees. How do they know about us? We won't be able to gather our equipment in time. The risk of getting detected is too high. Need to evac.
This note basically lays out the progression for you. For once, in Darkwood, the game is actually going easy on you and telling you straight up on what to do. It explains why the village was marked with a tree, as this tree is clearly more special than the others, growing at a way faster rate. They also don't outright call it a tree, rather putting it in quotation marks, which could be a reference to what the man in the tunnel said about the talking tree, blocking the path and not letting him pass. There's even an explanation for why we can't reopen the hatch and go back to the dry meadow. Apparently, moisture damage is still the biggest structural hazard, even in a plague-infested forest. Also, another big thing in that note actually mentions locals lurking between the trees, that being the reason for the evacuation. But one thing you'll quickly learn about the swamp is that you will rarely be dealing with any regular savages anymore, though they do appear here and there, along with, you know, huge dogs.
I have had it with these motherfuckers.
Dogs.
You'll mostly be dealing with things much more dangerous than a rabid human. After spending the first day gathering your bearings in the new hideout, you'll probably end up having to survive the night without doing too much exploring. The nights in the swamp are much more dynamic, with night events being much more common. The game even giving you the shadows trait, even if you never injected the essence dose, just to make sure, you know, you're not missing out on all the fun. Apart from the night events you might be used to by now, there actually are a couple specific to this hideout. At some point during the night, your lights may short out completely, aside from one singular lamp. After which, the unused radio in the oven room will actually start speaking to you. At first, the words it repeats are garbled, but soon you'll be able to make out what it's trying to say.
Come back to
Inspecting the radio after the event will have the protagonist say this. It's covered in a thick layer of dust. It looks like no one's used it for a long time, but it smells of warm plastic and burnt wires. The enemy attacks here are also much more frequent. Like I said before, the enemies in the swamp are much more tricky than the ones you've been dealing with. Not only will you be dealing with the forest's much more mutated creations, but the enemies can now spawn covered with black substance, which makes them completely invulnerable to damage until you burn them off with light. This might not seem like much of a big deal, but it can take ages for the substance to burn away, even with the military flashlight, exposing you to attacks that you can't even stun or respond to. That is, unless you're a true lantern-pilled Chad, as for some reason the humble lantern can actually burn away substance almost immediately. On top of that, it doesn't even need to be pulled out, and it covers a 360-degree radius. If anything, these combat encounters remind me of a game I played years ago called The Thing, which is like a direct sequel to the film. The original film that was good, not the shitty sequel. Although in that game it worked in the reverse. You'd actually use ballistic weapons to lower an enemy's health and then have to finish them off with fire. Where here, you're doing the opposite. You're using fire to actually break away their shield and then being able to do damage to them. I mean, I could have just said this is Alan Wake, because it basically is Alan Wake, but no, fuck you, I wanted to use the niche game. There are some upsides the hideout offers though. Like I mentioned, the entire safe area is actually much bigger, letting you dodge and avoid enemies a little bit easier. You might have also noticed the giant growth in the middle of one of the paths. Looking at it will trigger a red light, almost looking like a flare just outside the main complex. This can really help with night fights, being able to let you see enemies approaching before they start breaking down your barricades. I mean, it's not like it changes anything for me, to be fair. I just camp in the corner the whole time like it's round 4 on Siege. To be fair, this hideout really isn't the worst for surviving the night. I'm gonna die on this hill. I really think the Old Woods was the worst hideout to survive in because there were so many corridors and it was incredibly cramped. But here, having a bit of breathing room to dodge with these square spaces, it makes combat much easier. Once you survive the night, you'll be able to meet your new daily traders, the 3. They completely replace the trader, appearing each morning during the time stop and giving you 250 rep for surviving a night. Just like the trader, the 3 will never talk to you outright, instead using body language to communicate. The 3 visitors stare at me in silence, as if waiting for my move. I can only hear the heavy breathing of the tallest figure, holding a giant bag. As the tallest figure opens the bag, the room is filled with an intense smell of mushrooms. Apparently, they wish to give me something. They offer a huge stock of items. Once again, of course, including that delicious red egg.
Can I offer you a nice egg in this trying time?
Honestly, by now, you probably don't have any use for essence items, as you probably would have maxed out your dosage even before entering the swamp. But if somehow you still need to cook, the oven in the swamp is even more efficient, meaning you'll probably get to max level with just a few mushrooms. On the topic of cooking, there's still a couple more perks you can get with the next dose. The negative perks you can choose to handicap yourself with this time are weak regeneration and shaky hands. Weak regeneration is not the worst, and all it really does is slow down the rate at which items heal you, but it doesn't change the duration of the healing effect, meaning you're getting half the total healing. This sounds really bad on paper until you realize that most healing items in the game restore much more health than your health bar has. Like the slowest and cheapest form of healing, the bandage, heals 170 HP in total, with your standard health sitting at 100 HP. With the perk, it's still healing at 85 HP, which should almost always be enough. To be fair, using a pill will still fully almost heal you in 3 seconds.
Full health.
If you pick this perk, all you really need to do is play the game a little bit more slower than you've already been playing the slow game. Shaky hands, meanwhile, absolutely sucks. It lowers your accuracy immensely, making it so you can't really shoot anything over 5 meters without wasting half a mag. So what positive perks can you get if the negative perks are so bad? Well, actually, these ones, for a change, are pretty decent. Adrenaline is very situational, doubling your melee damage output when you're very low on health. Risking dying to one shot by having so much damage, you can also basically one-shot everything else. It incentivizes risk-reward, so like a glass cannon build in Dark Souls, but it's not really something you should play around with unless you're confident in that kind of build. Another positive perk is Vitality. This one is a straight up stat buff, giving you a little bit more health to fall back on. It gives you around 25 more health, and that's about it.
So yeah.
It doesn't seem that great, but it's just a very consistently decent perk. The last positive perk is Chameleon, which once per day lets you become invisible as long as you stand still. It lets you avoid an encounter if you're unprepared for one, especially at night, because you can pop it and then just tab out and watch your favorite React Andy streamer on the other monitor as the game basically plays itself. I didn't really get too much use out of it myself, but it could definitely be a lifesaver.
Where did you get the idea for like the essence abilities? Because that's probably like the closest thing to an actual like leveling system in the game.
We always like the idea that we have skills that have to be offset with some negative skills. And we did that with leveling, where you have those mutations. At first, it was like this way to introduce new mechanics, like for the shadows in chapter 1. There were much more skills which you could have, because the game was like a roguelike. So each build, you would have many different skills, but then we have to cut them by a long lot.
Also, they're kind of weird, because when we had this roguelike approach, we didn't care that they will break the game so much, because we thought about, okay, this gameplay gonna take shorter period of time, and then you will make another build, and you will not choose the same silly skill. That's why they are like maybe a little bit weird sometimes. Yeah.
My favorite skill, I think, is when you have the ability to drop a part of your body, like a finger, and then you can see it on the map. It's like a map marker.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
You can't show them any items or gossip. They'll just stand there and stare at you unless you trade with them. But this isn't the only thing that happens after the first night. Exploring around the hideout, you can come across a body of someone you know.
Now, surprisingly, the protagonist doesn't seem to recognize him, only saying body of a man and the head has been severed. But it's obvious to us who it is. It's the trader, and he's probably followed us from the Chapter 1 environment into Chapter 2. But the swamp was too hostile for him, overwhelmed him, and killed him.
You can take his severed head, which is seemingly fused with the helmet, and see that someone has scratched the word Quamsa, or liar in English, on the helmet's visor. Maybe the murder was personal after all. But the biggest reveal comes with the other two items on his body: the key to the underground and a weird book. Seeing that he had the key with the number 21 on him all along is very surprising, considering how long we've spent searching for ours, thinking it's the only one. But once you pick it up, you'll realize it's distorted, with what looks like growths inside the metal. Its value is also just one rep.
The best I can do is 1.
Pointing at the fact that this is more than likely a cheap fake and probably wouldn't actually work on the door. Alternatively, this could also mean that it's worthless since we can't get back there anyway. Meanwhile, the weird book looks exactly like our journal. Even the bookmarks are there, except all the pages are overgrown with mushrooms.
The three are the new traders to the swamp biome, and they arrive the same morning that the trader is found dead, which does make most people think that they killed the trader off to replace him. But to be devil's advocate, the three never seem to be hostile to anyone. Much like the trader, if you try to attack them, you'll be knocked unconscious and then wake up with them disappearing, but they'll still do trade with you the very next day. And also on top of that as well, apart from the timing, there's no indication that the trader or the three ever met or even knew that the other party existed.
A theory I find more likely is that, tragically, the protagonist is the one that killed the trader. We know from before that he frequently hallucinates and dreams, affecting things in the real world. It could also be the devs wanting to leave this more ambiguous instead of, feeding you the absolute answers on a silver platter. As for calling the trader a liar, this could be a reference to how the trader would tell us that there's no way out of the forest, and by making progress, we've proven him wrong. But at the same time, he never told us there's no way out of the forest. He said all roads lead deeper into the forest, which could be implying you need to go deeper to get out, which is exactly what we're doing. And who knows, maybe this slight nudge towards freedom, it could have driven the protagonist to kill him in an essence-fueled rage. Also, the trader's head is cleanly decapitated. It wasn't messy, and the rest of his body is been completely left alone, making it pretty unlikely to have been done by any kind of wild animal or, whatever forest creatures inhabit the swamp.
God left me unfinished!
By looking at the map, it is absolutely enormous, but the first thing you probably should do is head off for the village like the note suggests. Even though the map is randomly generated, the village will usually spawn somewhere close to your hideout, making it your natural first destination. In contrast to the village back in the Silent Forest, this one isn't a separate zone with time stopped. But you probably wish it was and you had infinite time here because this place is massive and can easily take you multiple in-game days to fully explore. The first thing that will probably draw your attention upon entry is the pile of bodies lying on the side of the path. Approaching it, we can see something crawling out. This is another diegetic introduction to the next swamp exclusive enemy, unless you've already met them at night, of course. This is the human spider, presented as a weird combination of body parts walking on multiple limbs. It has a regular swipe attack, but also one of the few ranged enemies in the game, being able to throw its spare appendages to damage you, sometimes even throwing entire torsos instead. When that happens, you better focus on killing that torso quickly as it's about to replicate into another spider. This happens so fast that you can actually easily be overrun if you're not paying attention. Another important thing to mention is that spiders actually move much faster when outside your cone of vision. Together with the ability to duplicate means that they should be a priority target in pretty much every single combat scenario. Aside from scripted encounters, they can be found pretty much anywhere in the swamp, just roaming around, basically filling a similar role to the rock savages, although scaled up in difficulty to make the region feel so much more hostile. I mean, to be fair, what do you think's more scary? A man throwing rocks at you? Or a man throwing his arm at you? I've just reminded myself of Medieval now on the PS1. God, that was such a good game. After dealing with the spider, you can proceed to the village, taking the path opposite to the pile of bodies. Here, you'll come across yet another village shrine, but if you let the doctor follow you into the swamp, he'll also be here, allowing for a semi-warm reunion.
You again. What do you want from me? Want to put me in front of a firing squad for desertion?
The doctor snorts ironically, hiding his irritation.
I'm not going anywhere with you. I'm too close. I can hear her, just as if she was standing beside me. My little...
With shaking hands, he reaches for the cigarette butt between his yellow teeth.
I'm sure someone is waiting for you too.
He spits out the rest of the tobacco. He won't appear here if you failed the train wreck dream, as in that scenario, you're still enemies. You can also show him the photo of the road home.
Why are you showing this to me? You better tell me how to get there.
Now, this line did leave me with a bit of whiplash because we have been showing the photo of the road home to every character and probably not realizing that they also would probably like to go home, to leave the Darkwood. It really does come across that unintentionally we're kind of rubbing everyone's noses in it. I mean, for example, with the Doctor, if he knew where the road home was, we never would have interacted with him. Most of the events in this game never would have even happened. He would have just ran off.
You can talk to him further as well to hear some more exposition.
I used to come here to treat people. I pulled out kids' milk teeth, delivered babies, and then came the diseases I'd never even heard of. I was the only doctor in the area. You cut us off from the outside world. First you, then the woods. No help from anyone. Last time I came here was 3 or 4 years ago. Then the trees blocked the path.
This is one of the villages the Doctor used to work in, probably why he even made a stop here in the first place. This dialogue also confirms that the entire area was quarantined when the plague started, probably being the only reason why the people inside were forced to stay instead of being evacuated. You can talk to him further to get some more subtle pointers on interesting locations around the region.
Some of the flooded areas hide underwater passages. Recently, I fell into this underwater den in the edge of the swamp. I have no idea where it leads. I'm a shitty diver. I've seen a similar one in the edge of the swamp.
Talking to him for the last time will have him explain his game theory to you, as well as one of the hardest lines in the entire game.
I've realized something. It came to me when we were walking through the tunnels. You're like a disease. You and your kind.
It was that hard that I actually put it in the intro of the video. The Doctor takes a step back, as if he was afraid of me. At the same time, a sinister smile appears on his face.
You don't belong to this land. You weren't here when the forest was born. You're a splinter, a foreign body, a vagabond. And them? The forest and everything else here? These are the antibodies. Even the morons from the village. Raging white blood cells in an infected bloodstream. That's the reason you hide from us.
The Doctor is visibly pleased with himself and his theory. His hands are no longer trembling. He produces a hand-rolled cigarette and lights it.
Logical, isn't it?
Now, it is pretty logical what he's saying, but in reality, the plague infected Poland first. So if anything, we're the immune system. So it's pretty obvious the Doctor has been completely brainwashed by Darkwood's colonizer program.
This dialogue, along with the one that mentioned the quarantine, also confirms that at least the Doctor thinks we're part of this outside organization coming in and out of the woods. I mean, it does make sense. We did have the Bunker 21 key after all, and we knew where the underground entrance was. None of the natives seem to have one or even know about the tunnels, so it's only logical that they're exclusive to these outsiders. We finally have at least some solid clue about our backstory, but still definitely nowhere near the full picture. Apart from yapping, the Doctor will actually let you trade. Yeah, remember how I told you letting him live is going to actually benefit you more than just lore? For the low price of absolutely nothing, he will give you 100 rep to trade with him, possibly a reward for taking him with you. He only has 3 items in his stock though: an embryo, weapon parts, and another random crafting ingredient, like tape, a bolt handle, or a long barrel. Each one of these costs 100 rep, effectively meaning that you can get one of them for free. But the thing is, you can only get one because he won't accept anything to trade with you. So once you pick an item, you'll actually be locked out of picking the other 2. The Doctor obviously not wanting any of the various tools of survival that he would have cherished in chapter 1. Out of all the items, you'll probably want the embryo. The weapon parts are incredibly valuable for crafting or being sold, but embryos have that unique property on hard mode of giving you an extra life. So like I said much earlier, if you were to die and it'd be a game over, instead you just respawn, dropping your equipment exactly like normal difficulty. On top of that as well, they can also be cooked for a huge chunk of essence and sold to traders, although less than the weapon parts. After speaking to him once, the Doctor will leave the village the next day, presumably to wander the swamp in search for his daughter, who's apparently been calling to him. He's mentioned her before when you tried to talk to him in the train wreck, and unfortunately, it's probably a sign of the insanity that the forest drives everyone mad, and it's setting in. In the same clearing as the Doctor is the village shrine that I mentioned before. Once again, it looks like a standard Catholic shrine of St. Mary holding baby Jesus. Jesus. Although it seems like this one's been defaced by something trying to eat at it, as there's bite marks on the wooden figure. This is probably the work of the local savages, as even back in chapter 1, you could find them eating away at tree trunks. This being a holy figure really doesn't seem to bother them. Further along the path, you can find a backpack containing some expensive fabric and a map, which marks the hole's location. This place is very important for getting around in the swamp, and I'll get to why later. Following the path deeper into the village, you'll first stumble upon some houses with barricaded windows. One of them has a chest with some random items inside, but the other one is much more interesting. Instead of breaching in, you can instead go around and through a destroyed part of the house. As you approach the wooden door to enter the barricaded room, you'll hear a voice calling from inside.
I've heard him.
To open the door, you either need to breach it or use a lockpick. Going inside, you'll realize there's another small bedroom deeper in, where the voice was coming from. The floor in the room that you've entered has some kind of fungus growing from it and what looks like spores being dispensed into the air. Getting closer to the bedroom will cause the voice to talk more.
Every day I can hear him more clearly. You don't believe me?
Once you enter, you realize that there isn't actually a person there, just a skeleton lying on a bed with a torch on its body. Going back outside, you might start to hear growling in the distance. Walking up and around the destroyed carriage will reveal the source, another red chomper, but this time covered in a black substance. Now this fight can really take you by surprise, since the chomper wanders around the area instead of, just standing there waiting for a shovel indentation in its head. And once again, the black substance that I mentioned earlier gives it some initial invincibility, so it's allowed to get some cheap hits. After dealing with the chomper, you'll pass some burnt houses with a generator stood up against a wall. Activating it causes the light fixtures to turn on around you, only for it to die around 2 seconds later. There's nothing of note inside the houses, but once you go through, you'll find a surprisingly well-preserved doghouse and a well. Approaching the doghouse will spawn a huge dog inside and have it lunge at you. But at this point, it really shouldn't be too much of a challenge, especially with how equipped you are by now. Again, you are equipped, right? Like, you did bring the stuff from chapter 1. God, I hope you did, or you're absolutely fucked. Now, thankfully, unlike the well in the chapter 1 village, you can't actually descend into this one, so you're not going to be fighting any, mutated children. There's also a locked house here, which you can either waste a lockpick on or open in the more unconventional axe way. The word zlodzieje, or thieves, is written all over the floor, and there's a bunch of good loot in the wardrobe right next to the entrance. On top of that, there's a shelf containing the photo of 3 boys, again with the word thieves scratched over it. Going back outside, the footpath you followed is pretty much non-existent now, instead being replaced by roots and trees growing out of the ground. To get deeper into the village, you're gonna have to breach through buildings and try to get around all the blockades that the forest has put up. Walking through the gap between the roots, you can gain access to 2 more buildings. The closer one has a really important item for progression hidden on a dead body: the pliers. With this, you can finally upgrade your workbench. That's right, you can now make the axe, the same one the doctor used in the prologue. It's incredibly expensive to make because of the axe blade, that is, unless you killed the sow in the village, and then you could just steal it from this guy who's trying to chop down a tree. Or again, like I said earlier, you could have just taken the doctor's axe if you explored his house in chapter 1. But it really does beg the question, why is a blade and a stick locked behind more upgrades than a gun?
Now, the axe is the last and strongest melee weapon in the entire game. It has the exact same upgrade path as the shovel, having more durability, doing more damage, and having less stamina cost. But the main difference is it has a hugely different attack pattern. With the shovel, you do a wide swing, but with the axe, it is a single downward chop that does a lot more damage, but at the cost of having to be a lot more precise. I'll be honest, I played through like 80% of the game with the shovel, and it was doing me fine. So I kind of just dropped the axe and stayed with the shovel anyway. Good enough.
The other unlocked crafting recipe is the exploding barrel, the same one you'd find in the very first hideout in the locked
of an eye. The morning of May 12th had arrived, and it was time to put those learned skills to the test. It was foolish to bring the girl along with us. Disagreeing, Goku states she trained like the rest of them, insisting she'll be fine. Reluctantly, the Namek goes along, but believes she'll just get in the way, causing Shio to shoot a cold glare at old Big Green. Ahead, Gohan spots Krillin. Approaching their longtime ally, Goku solicits why the long face. Not happy to see their friends after such a lengthy period. But this is Krillin, and they're about to go to battle with some killer cyborgs, muttering, "We're not all Super Saiyans, you know?" Then laying eyes on a new face. inquiring if this is Chio, and the 3 years come and go in
chest. These are pretty good to actually have set up at your hideout at critical choke points, as you can trade one piece of scrap metal and a bit of gasoline plus a single bullet to activate the barrel to dispatch an entire group of enemies. Even better, if you throw a piece of meat, you can actually bait enemies towards it. And remember, this hideout is huge, meaning that you can bait even more enemies into barrels to save ammo and health. If placed properly, the barrels can be an amazing panic button when you're getting overrun. This isn't the Cruelty Squad video, and I'm not making another tier list, but these would probably go in S tier. Aside from the pliers, there's a wardrobe next to a window for you to loot. Approaching it will have the protagonist look out the window. I can see the crown of a huge tree through the small window under the ceiling. Inside the wardrobe is some more fabric to sell, but also a lottery ticket, which, if anything, reminds me of that guy in Fallout New Vegas. Yeah, you know that guy goes like, "Who won the lottery? I did." This ticket is supposed to be a setup for a puzzle to unlock the crate in the next room. Except, like, I'll be honest, look, I've spent like way too long sucking this game off, but this puzzle, if you want to even call it that, is really unintuitive, and it's just kind of bullshit if you're playing the game without any kind of wiki open. It's actually so bad that someone actually put a note on the wiki itself saying, "Unrecommended to solve the puzzle yourself." Now, there's a lot of numbers selected on the ticket, so it's not like you just take a quick glance and you get the code. Nope. Instead, you have to check only the single numbered columns and only use the selected numbers from those, giving you 2531. Thing is, it sounds simple, right? But there's basically no indication on how this is supposed to be solved. Maybe aside from the fact that there's like 5 single numbered columns and only 4 are used. People stumbling on this, they're going to think that they're going to need another lottery ticket. Now, despite the puzzle being really mid, the reward is actually worth it. Inside the crate, you can find 8 shotgun shells, 2 long barrels, both worth 225 rep, and a metal pipe. The game is basically screaming at you to make the double-barreled shotgun here, though for that, you'll still need another workbench upgrade. Going through the window, you'll find some campfires, one of them still lit. It looks like there might actually be some human presence here after all. Inside a small blockaded room in the next building is seemingly the last human alive in the entire village.
Who are you?
Entering dialogue, you can see that he's an incredibly old man in a makeshift wooden wheelchair. His clothes being incredibly overgrown with branches and roots, but despite looking similar to a savage, he's completely coherent.
Wait. Bloody hell! You're alive!
The old man extends his hand, blindly trying to reach me.
Oh, you're not from around here, eh? You cannot be. All them lads are dead. It's only me. Me and...
He finally finds my arm and grabs it. For a moment, he clutches my hand in silence. Then I hear him mumbling under his breath.
I don't have anything, mate. Only this chair. Bloody hell.
His gaze stops somewhere under the leaky barn ceiling.
What?
The old man suddenly jumps up.
What are you saying?
I feel his long fingernails digging into my hand.
The tree! Ain't no fucking tree, that. Well, looks like a tree, yeah. But those faces, why, I know 'em, buckers. Every single one of them. So close and so fake. They're not real. They're not. From time to time, I thank God I went blind. I don't have to look at them.
The old man lets go of my hand to lean against the broken back of the chair. He sighs with relief.
It disgusts me. It fucking disgusts me, this buggery.
To walk you through how I set up my Clip Studio Paint workspace to make anime-style animations. Every single time I post to it look like the default workspace does it, but I've set up my CSP workspace linked to it to that meeting. I am not the type of person to keep menus open at all times, and I need as much space as possible when I'm drawing on my iPad. So with hot brush tool of anime-style animations, I tend to not deal with too many layers on a drawing, so I can dedicate half the column for layers and the other half for the light table. This light table allows me to essentially take another frame and place it on top of my current layer and use it like a guide or tracing reference when animating. This allows my drawings to stay consistent between frames. This simulates actual Japanese animators when they are animating traditionally, where they can have a physical light table and use different drawings stacked on top of each other to trace over and stay consistent. The third column is split into multiple
tools. As a quick refresher, the onion skin tool we demoed in the last video is used to view the previous and the coming frames so that you can in between easier. You can also use it to animate straight ahead, which is animating one frame and then adding a new one and using the onion skin. to reference that last frame while you're drawing. We turn it off and on here with this little icon, and this is how you locate the onion skin settings, where you can change the colors and opacities of the previous and coming frames. The onion skin tool is great for small animations, things that don't have too much movement, that aren't going to be moving across the canvas too much, that are kind of staying in the same location. This tool is good for explosions, walk cycles, head turns, droplets, anything that's going to move in a relatively small area and is going to have some kind of like rotation to it. It's great for like facial expression. And we're going to go over how I use onion skinning in my workflow. First, we're going to need the initial frame for this little pumpkin lad animation. And then as soon as that's inked in, I'm going to turn on the onion skin and add a new layer. Once we can see the previous frame, we're going to go ahead
blabber, complaining all the time as if I was supposed to believe it's human. That it's me, Zocker. Yeah, right.
He suddenly reaches towards me with both hands, almost falling out from the chair. He grabs onto my sleeve and I feel all of his weight on me.
You lad, you've got your hands and legs. Ooh, strong arms, I beg you. Get rid of that filth from our village. Can't bear another day of that abomination wailing and sobbing. I want to die in peace. Fucking hell. I want to die in peace. Listen to me. I thought about it for a long time. I've had a lot of time to think. For fuck's sake.
His eyes widen. His pupils are milky white. I can feel him climbing my coat.
You need to find the basement. Jassie's basement. Yes, I remember it. It's right next to the tree. The tree is too large. So, if you can't reach it from the top, you gotta try it from the bottom. Find the basement. When there, well, surely you'll find the tree's roots. The bloody thing must have roots. That's where they are. Destroy them. Pull them, drag them, twist the fuck out of them. Oh, you'll find a way, eh? I know you will.
The old man slides down my coat, straight into his destroyed wheelchair. For a moment, he searches for his stone, which he uses to prop himself up against the muddy floor of the barn.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is the last survivor of the village, and you're probably wondering, where is everyone else? Well, if you go past him, you will see a monstrous tree that grows so high it is actually almost touching the top-down camera we've been using the entirety of the game. And this tree is blocking the final exit to basically finish the game. It's the final last roadblock.
The tree itself is an amalgamation of dozens of people from the village, even including some of the livestock like cows. When examining the tree, the protagonist will remark that the tree is gigantic. Its bark stays in constant motion. It swells up and collapses into itself as if breathing. I see human silhouettes growing out of the tree trunk. They're also moving as if gesturing in slow motion. Dozens of mouths repeat their lines simultaneously, creating a uniform, noisy murmur. Much like the other character art, this is animated, and seeing all the people trapped inside the tree, opening and closing their mouths, it's terrifying. Between the bows, I catch a man's gaze. It's fixed on me. His body, similarly to the other beings, seems to form an integral part of the tree. His limbs are gnarled, and his face is grotesquely deformed. He's the only one to acknowledge my presence. His hand slowly raises, pointing to something on the horizon. Above the roofs of the destroyed village, the man's lips are moving, but the ghastly murmur of the other voices drowns out his words. You're now given various options. You can kick the tree, hoping the voices will go silent. I kick the tree trunk with all my strength, breaking a branch sticking out from between the roots.
It hurts.
I hear a silent voice coming from beneath my feet. It's the face of a man who has grown into the root. He's completely covered in bark. His lips barely stick above the mud, and his raised arms resemble branches. One of them is broken in the elbow. The stump bleeds a white, gooey substance. Instead of seeping down, it slowly flows upward, forming a new arm.
Now, the funny thing is about Darkwood, with how unforgiving the entire game is, most people I've seen play through this game, either streaming or Let's Plays, they purposely chose to not pick this option, thinking it would punish them, maybe it would kill them, and because obviously the game auto-saves like every 5 seconds or after every stray cough the character does, they would probably think that they're going to be locked out of actual content or punished for it. But in reality, all it does is just show that the tree is completely unkillable. Also keep in mind, when you pick this option, the white substance that oozes out of it is the exact same white substance we saw when crossing Bunker 21.
You can throw Molotovs and line up as many explosive barrels as you want, but you'll never be able to damage the tree. But now you're given another option to try to climb the tree, which, from looking at what it's done to the rest of the village, probably isn't a good idea, but nevertheless, you can still try. The bark is slimy and soft. Its creases move away from my shoes and hands. I feel the arms that protrude from the roots tugging at my clothes. I'm not sure if they want to drag me down or pull me closer. I barely break free from their grip. grasp. Climbing up is out of the question. The final option is to try to focus on the lips of the only person in the tree that was making any kind of eye contact with us. Even though the figure speaks sluggishly, it's too high for me to read its lips properly. I think one of the words is radio. There's nothing else to do with the tree here, but exiting and re-entering dialogue will give some different text about various people stuck inside the tree. I notice a little smiling face of a girl gazing at me from behind a cluster of sleeping heads, oblivious to the chaos around her. She studies me with curiosity. Just next to her, a massive man calmly hums some melody. The lullaby drowns in the overwhelming noise surrounding the tree. It seems that amongst all the chaos, people have made their peace with the tree. Examining a second time, you'll see an argument break out.
I knock your head off. You see this shit?
I am barely able to make out any conversations and squabbles from the horrible noise of the tree bough.
You took everything from us.
The shouts come from an old man. Only the tip of his head and one of his arms stick out from between the tightly crowded bodies.
You stole it. Thieves! May the dogs piss in your face!
Right next to him, a woman's head, wobbling from side to side, repeats,
We were hungry. We were hungry.
Another figure hiding its face under an enormous root lets out a chilling shriek.
Quiet! Fucking quiet! Leave us in peace! Shut up!
He is interrupted by a man next to him, his intestines hanging out from his stomach.
It was our common good. It was meant for all of us. You stole it.
However, all of this is optional. You don't actually have to go to the tree and, get all immersed in the story or how horrific everything is. You really can just remove the barricade, probably the only thing keeping the cripple alive, and just straight up leave. He'll call you out though, but, we're out on our own survival, not to keep talking to trees until curfew. Although, if you do that and play like a complete bastard, you'll be immediately punished. Because as soon as you go outside and turn to leave, the mushrooms right in front of you will rise up and become mushroom men. Now, I mentioned these guys back in chapter 1, but before they could only spawn in specific mushroom fields that got marked on your map. But now in the swamp, they can randomly pop up from pretty much any mushroom patch. They're basically a walking explosive barrel. Now, these guys are pretty reasonable to deal with in a 1v1 scenario because all they really do is chase you while laughing like a madman until they get too close and explode. Or if they run out of time and they blow up anyway. Even if they manage to close the gap, the explosion does actually take a while, so you can usually get away, or you could just shoot them before they even get close. If you manage to get caught in the blast though, their damage is insane. They're not really a threat on their own, but more if they gang up on you with other actual enemies. More on that actually, the mushroom men can actually be blocked by other enemies, and they will damage them. So funnily enough, you can actually bait them into clearing whatever's chasing you if you actually want to keep your ammo. One more important landmark in the village is a house that basically serves as your shortcut to get in and out of the village. You couldn't enter it before because rubble was blocking one of the metal doors, but coming from this side you can clear it and open the way. But if you chose to stick around, the area around the tree can actually be pretty rewarding. There's a small shack with a metal door right next to it, and going inside you can find a hatch, likely one of the entrances to the basement that the cripple mentioned. Unfortunately though, the hatch seems to be inaccessible. That or it's like a Skyrim master lockpick. The hatch leading to the basement is blocked from the inside. The marks on it suggest someone tried to break it open. There's also a broken shovel lying right next to the hatch, probably used to try and breach it. You can pick up the shovel blade, which is pretty useful actually if you haven't upgraded your shovel yet, or if you just want to sell it for the rep. Next to it, there's a wardrobe with, your typical loot, but also a fat notebook almost completely filled with notes. It's an inventory of the entire village, and the notes suddenly end on August 1983.
1983, August 21st. Shozak is dead. We're down to 26. Minus 6 potatoes, minus half a loaf of bread, minus 2 liters of gasoline, plus 1 potato. Shozak's.
Now this shows some pretty important things about the village. First of all, there were 27 people that lived here, including someone called Jozek. Their food situation was really scarce. They were rationing out potatoes and even at one point picked up a stray dog.
Not a thought behind those ears. Not a fucking thought.
Probably the same huge dog that we found inside the house. So that goes to show that even though most of the village was turned into a giant monstrosity of a tree, they never actually chose to eat the dog.
You can also show this food inventory to the cripple.
All sorts of things used to happen in our village. Sometimes a mug got punched for some silly thing.
A faint smile appears on the man's face.
But we always stick together when the time came. We had to. Until the hunger came. Well, as the hunger divided us, I sometimes hear the echoes of those times in the trees' moans. That fucking monstrosity won't let me forget.
On the other side from the blocked hatch, you find a house with a trapdoor that actually works. Going inside, you'll see how deep the roots have really penetrated into the earth here. Moving through the tunnel, you can stumble onto a corridor splitting off from the main path. It leads to a small room with a glare inside. Glares are sources of red light that will actually damage you if you stare at them. Not to be confused with the growth that creates a red light. Now, encountering these things in the swamp can actually be pretty scary because they do a lot of damage and they can be very, visually distracting. But for them to do damage, you need to make eye contact. So if you just basically moonwalk towards them, it's not really too much of a problem. There's also a corpse in the corner holding a small magazine and a pistol. I don't think I really have to explain what this indicates. But going back to the main tunnel, the walls will start talking to you.
Who's there? What do you want? Leave.
There's an entrance in the water here. Approaching it, the protagonist will say that my feet are slowly sinking in the soft, quaggy floor. Quaggy is a word, by the way. I had to Google it before reading this. Apparently, Polish people know more about English than the English person. I can barely move, as if something was holding me by my ankles. You can try to swim through the hole, but it's no use. The water is dark and cloudy. The corridor seems very long. I'll probably run out of oxygen. I won't be able to swim through the passage without an oxygen tank. Talking to the old man, he was right about the tree. You might remember he mentioned finding a basement next to the talking tree that has a weak spot. There is a trapdoor, but without an oxygen tank, you'll drown trying to make it to the other side. Remember, there is a compressor back at the hideout, but it needs parts to be fixed, and also you don't have an oxygen canister. Thankfully, the cripple, he has a solution.
The basement is flooded, eh? Am I right? Dogs, bollocks. Everything is fucking flooded.
He turns around as if looking for something.
Hey? What? Oh, yes. Yes. Elephants are fucking plonkers. Ever seen elephants, matey? Yeah, we have these elephants here, you see. They live here in the part of the swamp. Their hut is in the thicket, in the flooded forest. Since the woods trapped us here, they keep to themselves. They don't fancy us. Bloody elephants. They have these oxygen tanks. Lots of them tanks. And if the basement is flooded, you could use an oxygen tank, eh?
Now, if the man in the tunnel is to be trusted, then burning down the tree is your best means of escaping. I mean, he was clearly telling the truth about a talking tree existing, so it's not too hard to believe that the exit and a way out is directly behind it. But before we can do that, we need an oxygen canister first.
Before that, you can also show the cripple the photo of the three boys. Upon seeing the photo, the cripple cringes with disgust.
These ruffians, eh? Sons of a thief. There were 7 of them. The mother took the 4 youngest ones when the hunger struck. The other 3 stayed with the father. They were weak and sickly. One day, father got into his head that they were getting smaller rations because we've written them off.
His hands start to tremble.
So, he went with a group of people to rob us of our food in the night. They broke into the basement. Didn't end well.
The cripple goes silent.
The lads threw them out of the village. I don't know what happened to them after that. People used to say they wander the woods with the savages, looking for their place.
He gives me back the photo.
I can still hear the cries of that thief all the bloody time.
3 boys wandering the wasteland does sound familiar, but we'll come back to that later. Aside from the items found in the village, you can also show him the road home, just like pretty much every other NPC. The old man grabs the photograph, feels it, and then takes out a small glass object from his pocket and puts it to his eye.
The road home. What a load of bollocks. The road to madness is what it is.
This sounds very disheartening, considering the man is basically the person closest to where the road home might be, and yet he doesn't believe in it himself. You can also gossip with him to get some backstory on who he is and what actually happened here.
What are you going on about again?
The old man leans towards me, scowling.
The wheelchair? Well, the war took my legs, and those wankers burned my house and my pigs. But it was years after the war. They said it was to fight the disease. So they said. My Zocca. The disease took her from me. All I have is this wheelchair. This land.
The cripple is a war veteran, probably from World War II, considering the time frame. It's insane to imagine surviving one of the bloodiest conflicts in human history just to be left to rot in an all-consuming forest. This dialogue also confirms that the various burnt houses we found throughout the chapters were burnt by an outside group, possibly the one we're associated with to fight the spread of infection. There's also one more exposition on what happened to the village. markings come from savages, it seems like they're worshipping these abominations, if not indirectly creating them, possibly as some kind of ritual to commune with the forest. You can also step into one of these markings just like back in the dry meadows, and again you'll start hallucinating, though now you won't see the bunker door, instead some sort of structure made of metal beams. We're not sure yet what this might be referencing, but if we're hallucinating, then it's probably going to be important. Aside from cool lore locations, most of these smaller locations are generally just out to get you. Some places will feature dense clusters of trees, reminding you that you're still in a forest, if you didn't know that already. If you explore these clusters, you'll probably find some items, as well as some red chompers. Or even worse, chain traps lying between the trees, and you're most likely going to miss them. Another location you can find is the holes, which should already be marked on your map when you found them in the village. The holes will usually be very far away from your hideout, but they're definitely worth the trek. Approaching them for the first time, you'll see the doctor digging in the ground, looking much more rugged, with sticks and mud now glued to his head, and his hand twitching wildly, but still holding that cigarette.
This land hides more secrets than your little fucking rat brain is capable of understanding.
The doctor digs through the mud. I think he's looking for something.
Deep underground, there's a current of electricity. Fucking electricity.
He starts flailing his arms wildly, throwing pieces of mud everywhere around him.
And it flows underground from tree to tree.
The doctor suddenly freezes, staring at me with his arms midair.
And it powers everything. It connects it all. If I had a light bulb, if I just screwed it into one of these branches, it would light up. I bet it fucking would.
He bends over a small hole in the mud and continues digging.
Maybe this is where you're hiding. Maybe this is the way.
He's obsessing over this newfound theory. We can't really confirm it ourselves because, we never get a light bulb and we can't really unscrew any of the light fixtures. But I don't think that's the point. It's to prove that, unfortunately, he's going insane, just like the rest of the locals.
You can still trade with them here to get some items for free, and also gossip with Poland's most sane resident.
I haven't slept a wink in many days. I don't think this is good for me. I hear this voice all the time. Can you hear it? A heavenly voice.
The doctor stares right into my eyes. Mud drips from his face. He hasn't blinked in over a minute.
No, you don't. Why would you? You don't know her.
He steps towards me and lowers his voice.
I'm a bit fed up with her. A bit. Little. Tiny bit. She must know I'm heading her way. I'm doing everything I can. I don't eat. I don't sleep. I search under every rock, under every fucking bush. She must understand it. She must give me some time, some little time off. Tell her this, will you?
He could be talking about the voice of his daughter, as he's mentioned hearing her before. So it's pretty obvious that the forest is slowly starting to reclaim him. He's losing his sanity. He's not completely insane yet because he is aware of, certain basic requirements like lack of sleep isn't a good thing, but for the most part, he just really isn't the same person anymore.
The doctor is lost in his thoughts. A cigarette sticks out of his mud-covered mouth. Using what remains of his shoe, he draws lines on the ground. They seem to intersect in completely random places.
I'm waiting for...
He doesn't stop drawing. He moves away a bit and makes a wide arc with his heel. The doctor flicks his cigarette into the dirt, stomps on it, and then drags it along the ground, creating the last straight line.
You... Fuck! Drawing was never my forte.
He's now drawing intersecting circles on the ground, just like the savages did. It might be obvious to say now, but the doctor is slowly turning into a savage, even going so far as to glue sticks onto his head, like the antlers that many of them use. It's not surprising. I mean, he was already desperate before coming to the swamp, and since the forest clearly has much more influence here, he simply couldn't resist its pull. But that being said, you can still gossip with him one more time.
Can you hear the trees sing? They're calling us. They're showing us the way. They're showing us the way at the same blocking it. I can't understand it.
He kicks a stone.
Are they trying to tell us something? Are they trying to put us to a test? I don't know. Maybe they're lost too and don't know what to do.
He shakes his head, dispirited, and goes silent. After a long pause, he turns towards me. His glasses are so dirty, I can barely see the eyes hiding underneath.
I see you haven't regained your speech. You need to find another doctor.
He still remembers who he was, but now his mind is more occupied listening to the trees than healing anyone. There's no way to help him snap out of it, so we're stuck watching someone we got to know, fairly well, to the point that we basically saw life through his eyes now devolve into a raving madman. The line he says, though, talking about speech, is actually really interesting, because if you've paid close attention to the dialogue throughout the game, we actually haven't spoke to a single person. We've kind of just heard them ramble, and maybe we'll get the option to to nod or shake our head, but that's pretty much it. Any dialogue we get from the actual protagonist is either thoughts in his own head with dialogue at the bottom of the screen or journal entries. We actually haven't said a proper word the entire game. After you finish with the doctor, you can actually check the location out. Walking into the house, you might be confused why I said the place is so critical for progression. I mean, there's barely anything here, just some holes in the ground. But there's apparently someone sitting in one of them with what the protagonist describes as a mud-encrusted man with a long beard. We can't talk to him or interact in any way, but he'll always be there just watching. The real importance of this place lies in the largest hole. You can actually enter it, which spits you back out in your hideout, as well as permanently opening up an entrance that you can come and go whenever you want. This is the only means of fast travel in Chapter 2, similar to how you could fast travel from the village back to your hideout in Chapter 1. And this fast travel is really needed because, like I've said multiple times, the swamp is enormous. Once you come back through the hole to explore the rest of the building, you'll see a large worm-like creature jumping between the holes. This is a tunneler, the thing responsible for digging the holes. He seems territorial, even straight up screaming at you, but despite that, he won't actually ever attack you. Probably for the best, because he just seems like a centipede on steroids. Aside from the little guy, you can find a crate here with yet another set of pliers. So now you can finally upgrade your workbench to the final level. Now, you're probably thinking, what kind of game-breaking weapon am I going to get now? I've spent all this time collecting toolboxes, welders, pliers. Hello, everybody. What is the game going to reward me with? Well, apparently not much. Well, firstly, you get the pump-action shotgun. It functions pretty much exactly the same as all the other shotguns, but instead of holding 1 or 2 rounds, it can now hold 8. And the gas tank, which is an explosive barrel, except it just farts as well. Thing is as well, you could have just bought this from the trader back in Chapter 1 or the 3, and it only costs 50 rep, you know, instead of having to spend precious scrap on a workbench. The pump shotgun, on the other hand, is, I mean, it's pretty good. 8 rounds is insane, but the thing is, ammo is so scarce, you probably won't ever have that much ammo to fill up the entire magazine. Now that the shortcut is unlocked, it's time to finally get that oxygen tank. Following the cripple's advice, we head over to the elephant's cottage, which he, of course, shown us the way to. If you somehow managed to forget about it completely, the protagonist even made a journal in his entry to remind you. The old man advised me to find the elephants and obtain an oxygen tank from them. It will help me pass the flooded cellar corridor. Supposedly, they live in the part of the swamp. Arriving there, you'll have your third encounter with the doctor. He now looks like a full-blown savage, with the top of his head caked in mud and twigs placed on his forehead looking like antlers. If last time he was already gone beyond saving, now he's pretty much devoid of all humanity, leaving only a blank shell of the human that he once was. The doctor turns his mud-covered head towards the sun and freezes. He then spreads his arms along his sides. A chunk of mud falls down from his exposed tongue. He chews it slowly and swallows with satisfaction. You can gossip with him as well, just to find out how bad he's really gotten. The doctor puts the muddy hand into his mouth, grimaces, and pulls out a yellow tooth. He puts it into the pocket of his torn trousers. The tooth falls through a hole. He does not notice this. The doctor begins staring at a nearby tree trunk, paying no attention to the blood flowing between his lips. The doctor glances at me, his head tilts sideways, lost in thought. After a moment, he extends his hand towards me, as if wanting to grab me by the throat, but stops halfway. He freezes. Slowly, he bends down and grabs a thick branch from the ground. He starts biting the bark off it. He swallows the bark with effort, but also great satisfaction. He places the stick among the other ones sticking out of his mud-covered head. This might point to the doctor still retaining at least some information before his transformation.
Hey Luis, eres the tutorial on how to become savage from the hidden dark world.
Stopping himself from attacking us supposedly because he remembers that we did spare his life. But apart from that, he really is just a regular savage now, eating bark off random branches. Despite all this, he does make one coherent sentence. The doctor approaches me. I can feel him embracing me. I hear his hoarse breath and smell his odor. I hear his whisper.
Soon. Very soon. Not long from now.
He clearly has some sort of end goal. So far, it's been going back to his family, but we have no indication that he's any closer to escaping the forest than we are. And now he's fully succumbed to the plague. It's more likely he's talking about something else entirely. This is the last time we see him. After this, he disappears completely with his fate left uncertain. Although it's most likely he transforms into a savage completely. It's also worth mentioning mentioning that the places we meet him aren't actually static, but rather they depend on which major locations the player visits first. So you could meet him in totally different locations, or maybe never even meet him at all. Going through to the elephant's house, the first thing you'll notice is how many bear traps there are on the lawn. Seriously, it looks like someone put cheat codes in or something. Like, there should not be this many bear traps. I don't even think you can get this many if you harvested every bit of scrap in the entire game. The cottage is surrounded by a barricade made out of old furniture and rusty barbed wire, probably stolen from some fence. Whoever lives here has obviously taken security first. But can you really blame them? I mean, the swamp biome is pretty hard to survive in. I don't even think it's an overreaction to place around 300 bear traps at your house. There's also some growths around the perimeter to help you see.
It's a trap!
Since walking through the grass blind will probably end up with you stepping on a bear trap every 5 seconds. Reaching the entrance, you'll realize that once you're inside, you can't actually enter any of the rooms yet, and someone behind the metal door will call out to you.
Someone is behind the door. Can you hear it?
Shh! Hey you! What are you looking for here? You're not from this goddamn village, are you? Prove you're a good man. Fix our generator and I'll open the door.
It costs 10 metal scrap to do so, which is pretty expensive. But ironically, if you actually go around and scrap pretty much all the bear traps, you'll have more than enough. So by fixing their generator, you're taking out all their outside defenses. But thankfully, they don't really seem to notice or mind. I've got a bit of a game theory that when the devs created this house to show that the people inside were very defensive, they set up bear traps everywhere. But then later, they probably put in the quest to fix the generator with said scrap metal, you know, just so you don't get a bunch of stuff for free. Again, these devs, like, they don't want to give away free stuff, believe me. Before entering, you can also see that there's flowers spread around near the entrance to the cottage, with the protagonist commenting that an intense smell of flowers fills the air. Once the generator is repaired, the person inside thanks you.
You can come in.
Walking in, you'll see that it's actually a group of people, a parent and some kids. These are the elephants, and they're called that because of the gas masks they wear. The air hoses looking like elephant trunks. They're also dressed in full hazmat suits, emphasizing how focused they are on protecting themselves from the forest, not even letting the air touch them, which means they could be some of the last people in the forest to be completely unaffected by the plague. The air is filled with a suffocating, sweet odor of rot.
Who are you?
The woman is wearing a heavy, ruined coat. Her voice is suppressed by the cracked gas mask she's wearing.
Can't you speak? Did someone take away your voice?
2 children hide behind the woman. The younger one eyes me nervously, cowering in fear. The older one just stands there, motionless.
You're not from around here. I would have recognized you. We may keep to ourselves, but I know everyone here. I would never forget your mug.
The younger child pierces me with its eyes. The steamed visor of his gas mask betrays his rapid breath.
Your gob looks like that because of this fiendish air. Do you know? I bet you can't speak because you didn't keep your mouth shut walking through the woods. The trees and plains are simply beautiful here. The bushes bloom gorgeously at this time of year. But don't let the charm of this land deceive you. The devil lurks between the trees, and he gets through your mouth and nose.
The older child's grasp on his mother's hand tightens. He does not lift his gaze from one of the hut's walls.
And? You're just going to stand there? I know you want something. You're Leaper Demon. You are not getting anything from us. I don't trust you, you Leaper Gob. Do you hear me? I don't trust anyone who breathes this filthy air.
The woman stares at me intensely through the cracked mask.
Did you take my Marcin? Was it you who kidnapped him? Talk! No, that cannot be.
The woman stares at the floor. Her greasy hair drops down on her mask.
It's impossible. Stupid child. He went out and never came back. He was on about how his granny will take him mushrooming. I have no idea where he... I told him he cannot go outside. I told him the devil will find him, take off his mask, take him away. I would look for him, but...
She lowers her head even more, as if observing the dead flies stuck to her coat.
You want my trust? Bring my Marcin back. My stupid Marcin. Find him and bring him home. There's a key to his room. He was spending a lot of time there recently. Maybe you'll be able to find something there that will lead you to him.
Now, with all this talk of the devil, it's pretty obvious that she's someone who's fiercely religious, which is incredibly common in rural parts of Poland. You can even gossip with her about this.
Apart from these two here, and Marcin, there was one more boy of mine, my precious darling, a blessed child.
The woman rests her hands on the oxygen tank of the children standing beside her.
His love fills our tanks with clean air. For this, we are forever grateful to him. For the clean air, for the oxygen tanks, for those beautiful masks, and a book in which the devil has revealed his true image, along with his evil plan. My son took it away from the trees with his own hands and brought it here to us.
She also mentions one of her kids that isn't in the cottage, who is supposedly providing her with clean air. Now, this could be interpreted in a lot of ways. She could be talking about another compressor, the same one that we have back at the base that needs repairing. But the way she talks in such a heavy religious tone, she could genuinely be talking about like the second coming of Jesus or something. Or on top of that as well, she could slowly be succumbing to the insanity, which usually happens if you've been in the forest too long. So even though these characters are covered in gas masks and they're trying to keep the plague at bay, it's obviously still not working.
Coming back to the dialogue, you can show the mother the photo of the road home.
I remember this road. The wood devoured it about 3 years ago. It used to lead to our village. I walked it to school. The road home. My road home.
Just more confirmation that we're on the right track to finally getting out of the woods. You can gossip with them some more to hear one of the children start saying a rhyme. The youngest child, hidden behind the woman's back until now, finally finds the courage to make a small step towards me.
One little bear ate a bowl of soup.
A faint voice can be heard.
Then another bear came and...
Quiet!
The woman smacks the boy on the back of the head. The punch is so hard the hood of his rubber cloak lands on the mask's visor.
Not now. Not in front of this stranger.
For some reason, the mother thinks this nursery rhyme is important enough to stop her child from telling us, even using, traditional Polish parenting techniques to shut it up. This could mean that it might contain some sort of message that the mother doesn't want us to figure out, but there's no indication of what it could be without hearing the full rhyme. The mother can also talk to you about the savages visiting her home, which is probably the same reason for the barricade and the multitude of bear traps.
You're just like these lunatics who roam around the woods, searching for God knows what. There used to be more of them. Guess most of them starved to death. I remember when they appeared not far from here. Must have been around 2 years ago? Around 24 of them. They were led by these 3 weirdos dressed in old rags. They set up camp in the marsh. There, between the trees. They watched our house, stared right into my windows. The oddities. I thought they wanted to kidnap my children or harm them in some way. But when the night fell, I lost sight of them. There was no one there in the morning.
3 weirdos dressed in rags does sound familiar. You could even show her the photo of the 3 boys. The woman takes the photo and freezes.
No, I don't know who that is.
Unfortunately, she doesn't recognize them. There's also some conditional dialogue here. If you chose to give the key to the musician, but failed the train wreck dream, she'll talk about the doctor.
I remember one loitering around here. He used to be a doctor. He would come to the village to treat people. Now he looks like an unholy pig, face smothered in shit, dressed in rags. The devilish disease finally gets to everyone. You better watch out, or you'll lose your mind too. He left towards the part of the swamp.
It looks like the doctor is turning into a savage whether you took him along with you or told him the bunker location by failing the dream. The mother will also point out as where you can find him, but that's something I'll get to later. You can also get some more gossip about another character.
Something exploded in the part of the swamp. Made the ground tremble. Devil knows what it was. I see you're curious. Investigate it. If you have a death wish, I think it happened in the junkyard.
We haven't yet seen an enemy able to cause an explosion this loud, and we haven't seen any evidence of the forest, spontaneously combusting. So maybe there's someone sane enough to be able to craft explosives at the junkyard? It seems necessary to head there anyway, since we do need parts for the compressor, like the note back at the hideout suggested. But this, if anything, just makes things more interesting. We already have the cottage near the junkyard marked on our map from the note back in the hideout. But if we didn't find it, at least the mother points us in the general direction of where the junkyard could be.
Now, first of all, we have to gain the mother's trust. And the only way we can do that is by finding her child, Marcinek.
You can first visit his room using the key that she gave you. Inside, you'll find some of his drawings depicting mushrooms, as well as people with mushrooms on their heads instead of hair. I'm pretty sure, if anything, my stream chat would make me believe that this is a reference to my haircut. There's a pile of clothes you can search with a single odd-looking mushroom inside. I think there might be some emphasis on the kid going somewhere related to mushrooms. I don't know. Maybe the devs are just trying to point us somewhere. Lastly, there's a doormat in the corner, which the kid apparently used as a bed. Once you fold it, you can find a map underneath, which the protagonist will talk about in his journal. I found a primitive map in the masked family's cottage. One of the kids must have drawn it. It's very inaccurate, almost scrawled. Looks like the kid wanted to indicate some place using it. I've circled the area where that place should be on my map. It's too primitive to make out exactly where the place is marked. But now you can at least narrow down your search to an area that you can use on your map. The logical step now would be to go searching through the circled area. Though if you explored the swamp a bit more beforehand, you might actually connect the dots to where Marcinek might be. Confirm now, it fits neatly in the circle. The mushroom glade. With all the mentions of mushrooms, this is definitely what the clues have been referring to. This area is filled with poisonous mushrooms. Walking through it safely is incredibly hard, especially as well when you can just have a mushroom man pop up and force you to try and dodge and weave in between what are pretty much landmines. There is something you can do to mitigate this, but it will require finding and visiting a different place entirely. The Great Lake. It's less of a lake and more an area that's been flooded harder than the rest of the swamp, covered with deep water apart from some small patches of dry land and a single bigger island in the center. It even has its own weather system, being showered in a continuous rainstorm which clouds the sun, only lighting up the surroundings with the occasional lightning strike. A light source is pretty much necessary here, otherwise your line of sight is limited to a pathetically small circle.
My name is Alan Wake.
Although, that being said, using a flashlight might be a bad idea, because the lake is also full of sleeping red chompers covered in black substance. Shining a flashlight on them does wake them up, while using the lantern thankfully doesn't. Once again, I have no idea why, but the lantern is just so good, even late game. The chompers can also be woken up with any noise, including running and gunshots, so both of these are basically off limits here. You can, however, use melee weapons with no issue, so a good strat is to surprisingly approach this like a stealth game, slowly walking up to the chompers, taking the substance off with your lantern and stun locking them with the axe before they can react. Doing this, you can pretty much easily clear the lake, but this place is so huge, it's probably the largest area in the entire game and covered in deep water. Using this method is safe, but it will probably take you multiple days to clear it all out. So you can also try and run straight through, and surprisingly, this strat isn't even half bad, as the chompers, thankfully, are slower than you while in water. And the thing we're looking for here is located on the island in the middle of the lake, so there's no need to actually completely explore the place after. The first thing you see when entering the island is multiple sleeping chompers surrounding some sort of snout. Attacking it will cause it to shrivel up into the ground and end the storm, letting you see and hear normally. Unfortunately, this will also wake up all the chompers next to you, so it's probably better to take care of them beforehand if you don't want to get swarmed. The lake becomes much easier to get around and explore. The main island has a building with some high valuable parts like ammo and the item that we actually came here for, the rubber boots.
Now, these boots you get are a lifesaver for going back into the mushroom glade, mostly because you can now step on poisoned mushrooms, open infected corpses, and you won't take any damage. I mean, if you open an exploded infected corpse, you'll take the initial explosion damage, but it is so minute that you'll basically have to do it multiple times before you even need to heal anyway. Walking on mushrooms and opening corpses doesn't even decrease the durability, but stepping on the worms does, so that's something to keep in mind because these can never be repaired.
With the boots, exploring the glade becomes trivial as most of the danger comes from the mushroom patches. Like most locations in the swamp, this area is huge, although mostly empty. Most of the glade is just gigantic mushroom growths acting like trees that block your way. Even the protagonist commenting, "An intense sweet smell of mushrooms fills the air." Even the ground is a darker grey, rather than the green grass we've been walking on throughout the swamp. There's actually so many mushroom spores in the air that you might even experience hallucinations while walking around, seeing figures of villagers passing by just to disappear. There's not much to see in the glade. There's a puzzle building you can solve for some pretty good loot, as well as a group of grey figures, frozen in place, which you can examine. Doing so gives you rough scraps of conversation, not even properly synchronized between the figures. It doesn't even seem like they're talking to you, it's more like they're puppets, each repeating their part of the conversation, even talking to each other. The first group talks about some people breaking in and locking themselves in a basement.
What is happening? They locked themselves in a basement to get food? Yes, because it is all coming good.
This is probably referring to what happened in the swamp village, where the thief led a group of people to rob the village's food stores, thinking he had children and were written off to starve. These figures seem to somehow be related to the villagers, but clearly they aren't actually human. More like crude imprints of people that died out long ago. They're just echoes now. The second group doesn't even mention the incident. Instead, they talk about the outsiders. Although this conversation is so disorganized, it's hard to even properly align their dialogue.
In the night, I saw them. With guns? You didn't see shit. No one from the village goes there. They were not from the village. Where were they from? Since the relocation, no one from the outside was here. That is what I said.
This further shows that this military group had a presence in the region at some point, sending expeditions here, but unfortunately this dialogue doesn't point to where it might be. The main thing to find here will usually be in the middle of the glade. There's a shrine here, looking like one from the swamp village, although not chomped up by savages this time, but rather overgrown with mushrooms. Behind you can find a house with a destroyed doormat next to the front door. You probably don't want to enter through the door though, as the floor beyond is booby-trapped with enough poisonous mushrooms to overdose the entire savage population of the forest instantly. Even if you have the boots, the explosive damage alone can force you to waste a pill or bandage. Besides, there's a large window in one of the side walls that you can actually use without having your lower body blown off. This house is overgrown, much like the rest of the glade. Everything inside the cottage is covered with mushrooms. The floor, even though it looks like it's made of wood, bends under my feet. A white, colorless goo seeps from the ceiling and walls. There's another mention of that white substance again, but the kid we're looking for is nowhere to be seen. In the last room, there's a shelf with some random loot, as well as a key. There's also a container, but it's code locked, so we can't open it for now. But in the corner, next to a metal door, we can find the mushroom granny, seemingly the only inhabitant of the house. The elephant mother mentioned Marcinek going to his granny, so she might know where he is. An old woman sits in a weathered rocking chair. Her sleep is deep and peaceful. A handful of ripe mushrooms grows out from beneath her thick hair. Just like the house we find her in, she's covered in mushrooms. When we find her, she's asleep, meaning we can pick some of the mushrooms from her head, which I'm sure, she wouldn't mind sharing. The floor of the hut is soft as a sponge. My footsteps are almost noiseless. The woman's sleep is too deep for her to hear anything. I reach out for the most prominent mushroom and delicately pull its stem. It easily detaches from the old lady's pale head. You can go even further and take another one. The urge is strong. I reach for another, bigger mushroom. It looks so tasty. It resists a bit when I try to pull it out, but I finally manage to do it. And if you're feeling extra brave, you can take another one. Now I reach for an exceptionally shapely specimen, growing from the very top of her skull, but it resists firmly. Despite the sudden jerk, the old lady is still asleep. You can put some more force into it if you really, really want that mushroom. The mushroom shows resistance, but after a moment I pull it out, together with a piece of the woman's skull. Her head drops to her chest, and the slimy contents of her skull start to ooze through the opening. At this point, the only next step you can take is to eat the old lady. I slowly bite into the woman's body. Her nose is soft and juicy. I don't feel a single cartilage or bone, only the delicious, sweet taste of delicate mushrooms. A white goo seeps from her body and flows down my coat. I cannot contain myself. I must eat her whole.
So, yes, if you're wondering, you can just eat the entire person whole that you just met.
Now, this is very in character for the protagonist, who's been injecting himself with mushrooms the entire game. But still, only the most deranged of devs could put in an option like this. And I mean, they're Polish, so it all checks out. It's funny as well, because another game that I covered, Cruelty Squad, did actually have a feature where you could cannibalize people. But the dev, Ville, was actually so surprised that people would take that option. And you could only get that option if you played terribly at the game to the point you were on the lowest difficulty. But here, you're just given the option outright.
Who on the team had an obsession with cannibalism? Because that is a very common theme throughout the game.
I wouldn't say common. I recollect that there's this mushroom granny, who you can eat.
Yeah.
But she's not a human being. She's a mushroom, right? So there's no cannibalism here.
That sounds like a bit of a cope, to be fair. It's like, she's made out of mushrooms, it's fine.
There's also the jars with human meat in the village.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I don't recall...
I feel like I'm in like an O.J. Simpson case. Like, that's fair. I mean, maybe I killed her.
But I will say Arthur. He's not here, so whatever.
He's the one upset with cannibalism.
Yes.
Also, if you're wondering, you can stop trying to vor her at any point and go back to a more humane approach by, just waking her up instead. The old lady slowly opens her eyes. For a moment, she stares into space with an absent gaze. Finally, she becomes aware of my presence.
Wait, you're not.
Her empty eyes now take on a more questioning expression.
I didn't expect any guests.
She throws a nervous look at the door on her right, then gazes around the mushroom-infested house. She relaxes a bit.
I suppose you won't tell me what you want, and you want something, since you're standing here in front of me, right?
You can either do nothing or point your finger at the metal door, though which
a drink. They call him the what?
छत्तीसगढ़ के राजधानी
The old lady puffs her cigarette.
Come back when you remember what it is you want from me.
To get her to even talk to you, you'll have to tell her what you want, except you can't talk. But thankfully, you can show her items. Like all the characters before, you can show her the photo of the road. The old lady examines the photo. Her thoughts wander far away.
I remember cars driving along this road, and then they closed it. They set up a fence and a gate. Both the fence and the gate got devoured by the woods eventually. I think that's how it was.
Once again, talking about how the area was quarantined, closed off from the world before the forest could even encircle it completely, all just to prevent it from spreading. You can also show her the photo of the 3 boys. The woman takes the photo into her hands.
Lovely boys. All they have left is their father.
She must have seen them before, but there's not much confirmation here that she was related to them more than just knowing their family. To get the mushroom granny to understand what you mean, you'll have to show her the drawings from what you got in the kids' room back in the swamp cottage. Unless, like me, you forgot to do that. Then you'll have to trek all the way there and back again, wasting an entire day just to fetch a piece of paper. You can show her the drawings now, but what happens next depends entirely on the choices you made back in Chapter 1. Again, like I've said so many times, choices you make earlier on in the game will have huge consequences later on. You might remember talking to the musician in your hideout, and him talking about the villagers coming down to the swamp as a last resort after you killed the sow, their only food source. This affects the granny, since as you might already know, if you cannibalized her earlier, she's made out of tasty mushrooms, and now a horde of starved villagers is camping out nearby.
Yes. You're his father? Or brother? He came here a few days ago. He was very nervous. He hid in the corner and stayed there for what must have been the whole day. He relaxed in the end. I think he likes it here. I like when he's around too. He enjoys drawing, although his drawings are not very childlike.
The woman casts a nervous look at the small window overgrown with mushrooms.
This forest is not a place for children, nor old people. It's a place for the likes of you. I saw some villagers through the window yesterday. They were hiding. Right there.
The woman raises her hand with great effort, pointing to an unspecified place with her trembling finger.
They were hiding, but I have a keen eye. Despite my years, I saw their hungry, hollow eyes. I know what's on their mind. They want to devour me. Me and my house. At first I thought you were one of them, but you seem like you can control your, appetite. Get rid of these hungry madmen.
The old woman lowers her voice to a silent murmur.
Do a good deed, son, and get rid of them. I don't know where they live, but you're young and strong. You will manage. I'm sure you'll find some clues near my house. Make them go away, and the child will be safe. I will let him return home.
So now we've got confirmation that Marcinek is in fact here. The only problem now is we need to deal with all the hungry villagers.
Going outside the house, you can go around looking for the clues that she mentioned. There's a lot of footprints around, but those alone won't be enough to track them all the way back to their camp, as unfortunately they usually end up with dead ends in these swamps' deep water instead. But by following the footsteps, you can find some items that can point you in their direction. There's a pack of cigarettes inside a bag, and you can even find a corpse of one of the villagers. Your character even comments that he looks very skinny, showing how starved they must be. You can find a bloodstained rock on the corpse, no doubt the murder weapon. You can show both of these items to the granny.
Yes, it's a stone. You can probably find some good ones here, because of the quarry nearby, but the woods have surely devoured it by now. It was in the part of the swamp. And why are you showing me this? A torn, empty pack of cigarettes? Bring me a fresh one next time.
The woman examines the drawing on the packaging.
Is it our quarry? Ah, yes. It's the one located in the part of the swamp.
Both items will point you towards the quarry, which was also mentioned by the musician when you talked to him about the village. This is where the villagers have set up camp, and if you want to complete the granny's quest, you'll have to find and take care of the rest of the villagers. As you can expect, the quarry is built into a rock wall. There's less trees here. Instead, your way will most often be blocked by stone walls and columns. There's some campfires, wood piles, and sacks of rocks on the way into the main area. This is a great way to get small rocks because even though they're basically worthless, you might need them for upgrades to your shovel or axe, and surprisingly, small stones are very rare in Chapter 2. Approaching the area will have the villagers immediately telling you to get out.
We don't want you here. Fuck off. You hear me?
The way forward is full of traps. The villagers probably knew you were in the area and tried securing themselves. There's also a gutted pig right at the entrance, reminiscent of the gutted pig on the road to the Silent Forest village, all the way back in Chapter 1. Moving between the rocks, you can also listen in on some of the villagers' conversations.
Divine retribution, I'm telling you.
Come on, Shozik.
Just as we manage to break through, our way back gets blocked. We're gonna starve here.
Shut your trap already. Stozik told me that they found something in the woods. Said it would keep everyone fed.
If only our sow was still alive.
That fucker will pay. I'm telling ya.
Approaching them, they'll instantly attack you. But to be fair, you are here to kill them, and you are the only reason they're even here because you killed their main food source. So it's not really an unreasonable reaction. One more thing you might find while exploring the area is that the villagers still have potatoes.
My life, it's potato.
Meaning they do have at least some kind of rationing system going on. Probably the only reason that they managed to survive so long and make it here. But living off potatoes alone is impossible, so it's really not surprising the villagers have turned to cannibalism. Before heading into the main area, you can take a small detour to see the deforested path the villagers have carved out to get here. And just like the musician said before, there's now a gigantic hole separating the swamp from the Silent Forest, making it impossible to pass and for you to go back. There's also an unfortunate villager still trapped on the other side, shouting at you.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
He's trying to alert the others to your presence, but no one's there to hear him.
Hey, he's here!
If you want, you can put him out of his misery.
Help!
I mean, he's doomed to die on that small patch of land anyway, as the forest has already grown way back. When passing through the main entrance, you might notice a huge boulder hanging over the passage, held up by a couple of logs. Once you enter the camp, you'll see that some villagers are lying down, curled into the fetal position. They're infected, so even if somehow there was a reliable food source in the swamp, these guys really wouldn't have had a chance to make it. The more healthy villagers are gathered around campfires, and once they spot you, they'll grab their pitchforks and try to murder you for condemning them. If you want the villagers to leave the mushroom granny alone, you'll have to kill all the healthy ones in the camp. The sick ones will definitely die soon anyway. They can't really endanger the granny. Alternatively, you can go back to the entrance, and if you look at these logs holding up this boulder, they look pretty flimsy. So a couple of strikes with your axe and the rock will come tumbling down, blocking the entrance to the quarry and sealing off the villagers in a stone tomb forever. You might also want to make sure that you run outside the quarry before the boulder drops. This is something even your character will comment about when he's breaking the supports. The boulder might fall down any minute now. I must be careful not to trap myself in the quarry. However, if you manage to somehow avoid every single attempt the devs made to, warn you to not stay in the quarry when you knock out the platform. I mean, look at this. Even if you knock it, it actually takes a couple of seconds to fall. But yeah, if you're on the other side, then congratulations. You have now just soft-locked yourself. There's no way to get out legitimately because you can't turn the gun on yourself like in DayZ. So you'll have to reload a save and lose a bit of progress. Thankfully, I think the devs did accommodate people that were this stupid to ignore all the warnings, because even though the game auto-saves every 5 seconds, it doesn't actually save when you knock out the platform. That is, unless you're on the hardest difficulty, then you're probably going to have to save scum. Even though the boulder is much easier and it feels cleaner because you technically don't get any blood on your hands, it feels much worse than just killing them outright. Death by starvation is incredibly painful, not to mention leaving them with the infected villagers, which are slowly transforming into red chompers.
The villagers will die either way, but honestly, again, it probably is better to mercy kill them, because if you don't, they'll slowly starve to death, turning against each other, and then fade away into nothing, but incredibly slowly.
Coming back to the granny, she'll have the reward waiting. The old lady smiles, revealing her white, toothless gums. She leans in her armchair and grabs me by my hand heartily. I feel a white goo seeping from her hand, smelling of mushrooms.
You're a good man, Sonny.
The woman produces a small key from under her skirt. Oh god, I want that, bro. What the hell?
Here, take the boy to his family. He will probably be safer there. And come back tomorrow. I'll give you a beautiful gift for the trouble.
She'll now give you a key to the next room. Talking to her later, she'll even give you a gift.
Hello.
I barely see her smile through the cigarette smoke.
I made this for you. Here you go.
The woman grabs a thick woolen sweater from behind the chair and gives it to me.
Winter is coming. May it serve you well.
The reward you get is the sweater, which is the single best piece of armor in the game, mostly because the only other armor you get is the light armor. Just don't ask how this thing can block entire chomper attacks. It doesn't make sense, but I don't care.
Its description states it prevents bleeding, and although that status effect isn't actually in the game, apparently remnants of it can still be found in the game files, so it could have just been a mechanic at some point in development. The sweater is slightly better at blocking damage than the light armor, but once it wears down, it's impossible to repair or to get another. Still, it's a nice reward to get on top of the key that you actually, need to progress the game. The key she pulled from under her skirt. Jesus Christ. But completing the quest isn't the only way to get the key. You could just eat her yourself, like you could when she was sleeping earlier. Although doing it now will make an already fucked up concept even more disgusting. I lean towards the old lady. The sweet fragrance of mushrooms overwhelms me. I have to eat her.
What are you doing? Leave me be! Go away!
I bite into her body. The mushroom juice squirts onto my face and clothes. I feel the woman's feeble hands trying to push me away, but they're too weak, and my hunger is too great. She kicks about only slightly when I bite into her face. I swallow one chunk of her sweet body after another, unable to stop myself from devouring her whole. In fact, the protagonist's craving to eat her is actually so strong, the option to do it shows up basically every time you make a choice in her conversation. You've been changed by the forest so much that you can barely stop yourself from cannibalizing someone just to sate your hunger for essence. Either eating the granny or just shoveling her to death, you'll be able to loot her corpse, and for the key that lets you progress like you normally would. Surprisingly, there is actually another option. If you wait a few days, you can just tell her that you took care of the villagers, even if you didn't. This, by the way, makes you an irredeemable liar and permanently sets you on the high chaos path. She'll still give you the key, like if you did her quest, but lying didn't solve the villager problem. So when you come back the next day, you'll find her and even parts of her house eaten by the hunger-crazed villagers, also making it impossible to get your hands on the sweater, which was, to be fair, kind of mid anyway. So all that entire quest, all the outcomes, just to get a single key. Or, to be fair, you could have just exterminated the entire Silent Forest village along with the Sow. Since, in that case, no one would then be able to show up in the quarry and threaten the granny. This skips the quest completely and has her just give you the key outright, although, unfortunately, no sweater. The old lady takes the drawing, squinting her eyes. A wide, toothless smile appears on her face.
That's why you came here?
The woman looks at the leaky ceiling of the mushroom-infested house, then squints her eyes.
I thought you're like this wolf.
The end of her cigarette lights up and a puff of blue smoke comes out of her nose.
From that children's tale. The one who wanted to eat the granny.
She opens her eyes and glances at the locked chamber room.
A few days ago, a child appeared here. A boy. He thinks I'm his granny.
The old lady stops for a second, trying to remember something.
Grandma? He was very nervous. He kept repeating a rhyme over and over again. He hid in the corner and sat there for what must have been the whole day. I think he relaxed in the end. He seems to like it here. He draws. I think he likes to draw, but his drawings are not very childlike.
The old lady smiles again.
I really like having him around. His parents are still alive, right? Are you his father? Brother? He's in the other room. Here's the key. I will let him go if he wishes to go with you.
I do like the fake out when she mentions the wolf, like she's about to tell us more about the Wolfman. The devs even made it so the next bit of dialogue actually takes a second to appear to, keep you in suspense. It's basically taking advantage of the player looking for a connection to everything, and I love that. Whichever path you took, you'll now be able to meet the boy, Marcinek. Now, you could have a nice conversation with him and bring him back to his mother, or you could do what I did and shoot him in the head immediately.
I didn't know you could kill the kid. I didn't know.
Apart from the voices in my head telling me that he was some kind of spy, I genuinely had no idea that shooting a child in the head would actually kill them. Mostly because I've only played Bethesda games where the kids are completely immune to any kind of damage.
Needless to say, if you do this, you are completely and utterly fucked. There is another oxygen tank you can get apart from completing the main quest and, taking the kid to the elephant family, which is what you're meant to do. But that also requires talking to Marcinek, which is kind of hard to do when his skull has an additional hole inside it. The only way to progress now is just to kill the rest of the elephants. Which turns out you could have just done from the beginning and skipped their entire quest line. That's one thing I love about this game. No matter what choice you take, there's still always another way to complete a quest. That is, unless you lock yourself in the quarry. Idiot. For now, let's just assume you didn't exercise your Second Amendment right the second you spotted the kid. When you come in, you can first find some of his drawings on the floor depicting the elephants and some sort of monster looking into the house. Possibly a manifestation of the things his mother had warned him so much about. Approaching him though, he's not very talkative. The boy is standing under a wall overgrown with enormous mushrooms. He's visibly scared. His lush mop of hair veils a restless, wide-open pair of eyes. The kid is whispering, as if reciting something under his breath. The boy cowers and presses his back against the soft wall, which starts to ooze a white goo. You can kneel and extend your arm towards the boy. The boy is terrified. Slowly, he slumps down from the wall to the ground, curling into a ball. The murmur turns into a loud recitation.
One little bear ate a bowl of soup. Then another bear came and there were two. 4 little bears made a sudden pow. Along came the fifth and took a little bow.
Now you can put him on your back and carry him to the elephants. When I take the boy into my arms, he starts screaming, reciting the rhyme over and over.
1 little bear ate a bowl of soup. Then another bear came and there were two. 4 little bears made a sudden pow. Along came the fifth and I took a little bow.
This is going to be a long journey. Important thing to mention here, if you killed the mushroom granny to get the key instead of completing the quest, you'll get a bit more dialogue as you leave. As we pass the remains of the old lady, the boy stops reciting. I feel his hands tightly clutching my coat.
Granny?
As I cross the cottage's threshold, I can hear him sobbing quietly.
You brought back my child.
The woman leans towards the boy.
Marcin, where have you been?
The boy stares at the ground in silence.
Come here.
Marcinek walks towards the woman, nervously plucking at his old, torn sweater.
Look at you. Where's your mask? And the gas tank from your gracious brother? His love protects us. It fills our lungs with clean air. And this is how you thank him, young man? Your childish behavior has made him very, very angry. Now we all have to apologize to him for your stupidity.
The two kids standing behind the mother flinch. The woman grabs the boy's hand and disappears in the hallway. After a while, she comes back with an oxygen tank.
Take it. It's a tank for you. It will protect you from this devilish air, the devil's breath, and other evils lurking in this foul place. It's the only thing I have, and the only thing I can give you.
The tank is a little rusty, but it seems intact. On the side, I can see some unintelligible scribblings. The valve opens with little resistance, but I don't hear a hiss of air. It's empty.
Do not open the valve without need. You will only waste the clean air.
She pushes my hand away from the valve and closes it hastily.
May it serve you well.
You finally get the oxygen tank you need. Funnily enough, even though the mother claims the tank is full, telling you not to waste any clean air inside, the tank is actually completely empty. Your character even comments on it mid-conversation. This could mean that the elephants are actually breathing in the same air as everyone else, meaning they're just as infected as everyone in the swamp, despite the gas masks and protective gear. Once you bring the kid back, he'll be locked in his room for the rest of the game, probably as punishment for disobeying his mother. I mean, it doesn't matter for us though, we've still got the oxygen tank, and with that, we're one step closer to escaping the forest. The other oxygen tank I mentioned earlier can be obtained by solving a riddle for a code. The riddle in question being the rhyme that Marcinek constantly repeats, with the protagonist even making a note in his journal about it in case she forgot it.
The boy kept reciting this rhyme. One little bear ate a bowl of soup. Then another bear came and there were two. 4 little bears made a sudden pow. Along came the 5th and took a little bow.
You might remember this back from the elephant's dialogue, as the mother kept one of her children from repeating this rhyme to us. The fact that she reacted so strongly to a stranger possibly hearing is clue enough that it might be important. And now we finally have the entire phrase. If you look at the completed rhyme, you'll notice it actually has a sequence of 4 numbers, corresponding to how many bears there are. 1, 2, 4, 5. This clearly makes a code, but where's it used? While looking around the area, you might spot a trail of flowers coming out of the cottage. The same flowers you could see spilling out next to the entrance. Following them will lead you to a small shed. Approaching it, you can find a rusted barrow. There are some blurred traces inside the barrow. Looks like recently dried blood. Next to the barrow is what looks like a freshly dug grave. This actually isn't the only one in the swamp, as you can find similar ones all across the map. You can even use the shovel to dig them up, which will usually get you some random loot. This grave is different from the ones you'll find outside though, as looking through it you can find a body holding an underground key to Bunker 21. Whoever died here must have also been a member of your organization. If they had that key, maybe you even knew them before you were stranded here. Unfortunately, the key is basically useless now. We can't go back to the dry meadow anymore. Even the description says so. Key to Tunnel 21. Another one. I don't think it's going to be of any use.
I got the keys now.
Besides, we're so close to leaving the forest, if we really chose to go back now, we'd basically be undoing all the progress we've made so far.
Whoever dug this grave probably used the barrow to transport the body. So despite the obvious connection to the elephants, it could have been anyone, and there's nothing else pointing to them being murderers. Seeing as the bloodstains on the barrow are recent, the person buried here could have came here with you. The time frame fits, and we haven't seen any other outsiders coming in after us. Looks like we were the only ones to make it after all. Going into the shed, your character will comment about the flowers. The floor is covered with flowers of various colors. Some are fresh, the rest must have been lying here for some time. They're clearly important to the elephants, but there's not a lot of indication as to why. One thing the usage of flowers and gas masks reminded me of was the plague doctor masks in real life, which were worn during the Black Plague epidemic. Its beak-like design was actually made to hold herbs like lavender and flowers to be put in to filter out the bad air, known as miasma. The belief at the time was that diseases, including the plague, were caused by breathing in miasma emanating from the bodies of the infected. The herbs were supposed to counter the bad air, and while the filter didn't actually do anything to stop the spread of the plague, the suit itself did provide pretty decent protection from the easiest forms of transmission, coughed up bodily fluids and infected fleas. The elephants are pretty clearly inspired by the plague doctor aesthetic, with the huge gas masks that earned them the nickname and their obsession with bad air, causing infection, and now even the flowers used in stuffing and the plague masks being everywhere. There's a shelf here, but nothing of note inside, just random loot. The more interesting bits are actually inside the next room, locked behind a metal door that you need the code for. Using the code from Marcinek's rhyme will actually unlock the door and let you enter, but the first thing the protagonist notices is an awful smell. The air is dreadfully rancid and stuffy. The heavy, sweet smell of the flowers mixes with the stench of rot. Next to the entrance, there's a crate, and believe me, it makes solving that riddle very, very worth it. Inside, you can find some extremely precious loot, like a bolt handle, long barrel, and a tubular magazine, as well as 2 weapon parts. This is well over 1,000 rep in total, and it's insane loot for a single container to have. There's also one more item here, a map pointing to a location called the radio tower. Going further inside the shed, you'll find a book on the table telling you more about the tower. The pages are glued together, creating a rotting chunk of paper. On the bottom of the note, it reads, Radio Tower, Door 21, 12 p.m. Kowalczyk, Trzeszkowski, Stelmaschuk, Zielinski. At the top, I can only make out the words, Devil Horns, Augur. This causes your character to make a note of it in his journal.
I found an old journal in the elephant's cottage. Looks like it was written by one of ours. One of the notes mentions a radio tower and some downward passage. Might be worth investigating. According to the notes, the radio tower is located in the edge of the swamp. Now this is huge because it does 100% confirm that we're part of an outsider group, and there's also another way to get past the tree without having to destroy it. Although at this point, it really is just easier to destroy the tree because we're doing the cripple a favor. And also there are other areas we can get access to with the repaired oxygen tank.
On the other side of the room from the old journal, you can find the source of the rancid smell. There's a corpse lying in a bathtub with oxygen tanks all around, as well as flies circling above. A decaying corpse, probably of a young boy. Looting the corpse, you can get an oxygen tank. This is basically the game's failsafe in case you glitched out and lost it, or, you know, killed the kid before talking to his mother, like, some people. This body probably belongs to the elephant's fourth child, the one that the mother basically referred as a god for providing them with clean air. He's been dead for a while though, locked in a shed to rot. The flowers spread around everywhere were probably brought here to fight the smell, and it looks like the elephants only really came here to refill empty oxygen tanks. It's really nice to know that in Poland, they use dead children's rotting corpses as air compressors. Although they probably don't breathe that air, you can't actually fill an oxygen tank with just free-flowing gas. Even if it comes from a decaying corpse, the pressure just won't allow you to suck enough air out to breathe. That's why we need a functional compressor to fill and use ours. The more likely theory is that the air tanks aren't actually used properly by the elephants, as plugging in a tank with uncompressed air into a sealed gas mask would probably just cause you to choke and suffocate. Notice how that would only happen in a sealed gas mask. Most likely their equipment is actually compromised and worn down by constant use in the forest. But the elephants believe that this works, and there's no option to confront them about that. But in reality, there isn't actually anything protecting them from the forest's air anymore. If anything, they're just as vulnerable as us, if not more so after being exposed to the aforementioned corpse. I like how the more I go on about this plot point, the less and less chance this video has of actually gaining any monetization at all. Back at the Mushroom Glade in Granny's house, you could find a key called the key monetization at all. Back at the Mushroom Glade in Granny's house, you could find a key called the key on a key ring with the description. A colorless key. It feels soft to touch. There's a drawing of 3 flowers etched on the key ring. The flower etchings are actually something you might link to one of the houses in the swamp village. There's a house right behind the shrine which features a doormat with a flower pattern. There's a metal door inside though, preventing you from entering unless you have this key. Opening the metal door, your character will comment about the inside. Roots entwine the cottage's interior all the way up to the ceiling. In the first room, you can also find a bed. You can already notice a striking resemblance to Mushroom Granny's cottage. The room layout is exactly the same. The bed is in the same position as well. If you weren't convinced yet though, the next room contains the obvious giveaway. A fallen over rocking chair, looking just like the one we found the Mushroom Granny in. It's pretty much confirmed that this used to be her house, but why did she move to the glade instead? And why is the house there such a close copy of this one, aside from, you know, all the mushrooms? There's some more loot to find here, though somewhat hidden. If you remember the layout of the house from the glade, there was a stash in the place where the table is in the house. And sure enough, after you move the table, you can find and open the container. Thankfully, this one isn't actually code locked. Now inside, there's some decent loot, like a lantern and a shiny stone, but what's important are a bunch of paintings. They're all dated, with the oldest one being from 1972 and the latest 1979. It looks like Granny used to be an avid painter in the past. Looking through the paintings, most of them are just paintings of flowers with nothing of note, except for 2. One painting called Light from 1975, depicting what looks like a comet or a meteor, and her last painting from 79, which looks like another painting of flowers, but unfinished and uncolored. Alternatively, it could be depicting the white mushrooms that we find growing everywhere, but those don't grow nearly as high as the painting would suggest, so I kind of doubt it. That painting of a comet definitely stands out more, being unrelated to any flora unlike all of her other paintings. Another reason why this painting is so special is if you take the date from it, 1975, and use it as a code, you can actually open the container in the Mushroom Glade house. Although despite that, the only items you'll find inside are mushrooms, which, I mean, to be fair, is pretty fitting, seeing as the house just looks like an entire mushroom-fied version of the one in the village. But this pretty much ties both locations together even more, you know, in case you weren't sure about the connection yet. But unfortunately, as of yet, we're still not really sure what the painting is meant to represent. Next to the rocking chair, there's also a shelf you can loot. Inside, you can find a photo of a family depicting an older woman, probably the granny without the mushrooms, alongside a younger woman and a child. There's also a date in the corner, 1970. This photo is very, very important, as you can show it to pretty much all the characters connected in the village. First off, you can show it to the granny.
My child. She went into the woods and never came back. I looked for her, but my legs don't work how they used to.
You can also show this photo to the cripple. The cripple pulls the photo closer to his face.
Poor woman.
He points to the old woman in the photograph.
She was left alone when her daughter lost it entirely and ran off into the woods with her kids. The old lady was devastated. I don't know what became of her. The lads would say that even with her legs not working properly, she crawled into the woods looking for her daughter. Yeah, that was around the time when our fields were getting flooded. Even a healthy, strong lad would have a hell of a task getting through all the water. Not to mention an old woman who could barely move.
This is really weird. The granny just said that she would have gone after her daughter if she could, implying that in the end she decided against it. But the cripple is talking about it like it's already happened. There's no way she could have survived a trip like this, and yet we find her very, very far away from the village in a weird, squishy house. Again, we're one step closer to understanding everything, but nothing is actually concrete yet. There's one more person you can show this photo to, the elephant mother.
That was a long time ago. A long time ago.
The woman silently hands me back the photo. This confirms that she was in fact the young woman in the picture. Going off of the dialogue as well as previous gossip, we can actually build a pretty decent history of this family. Going back to what the cripple said when shown the photo of the 3 boys, we know the entire family was made out of the parents, 7 kids, and we also now know of the grandmother. At some point though, after the plague enveloped pretty much the entire region, the village starts to run out of food, and this is when the starvation begins. The mother takes the 4 youngest kids and runs away to live in the swamp cottage, isolating herself from the world as much as possible, going so far as to even wear a gas mask and even set up huge barricades just to separate her children from the dangers of the forest. The grandmother tries to follow her, but whatever happens causes her to show up in the mushroom glade as a mushroom-human hybrid, missing some of her latest memories. The father and the remaining children go on to live in the house where we see the photo of the 3 boys. After a while, the father starts to believe that his family had been written off to die by the village, and the rations they were getting just weren't enough for them to survive on, as they were so low that even the kids were getting sick. He, alongside a few others, tried to steal the food by breaking into the village's basement. Because of this, the 3 boys are thrown out of the village like the cripple mentions, and they're said to be roaming the woods with the savages. The father dies, either killed by the villagers for stealing precious food or starving to death alongside the rest of the village, after which all their voices are incorporated into the talking tree.
Give us your lighter. Fuck off, man.
With the cripple now being the only survivor.
So the 3 children that were thrown out of the village ended up roaming with the savages. This is actually something the elephant mother said in previous dialogue.
You're just like these lunatics who roam around the woods, searching for God knows what. There used to be more of them. Guess most of them starved to death. I remember when they appeared not far from here. Must have been around 2 years ago? Around 24 of them. They were led by these 3 weirdos dressed in old rags. They set up camp in the marsh. There, between the trees. They watched our house, stared right into my windows. The oddities. I thought they wanted to kidnap my children, or harm them in some way. But when the night fell, I lost sight of them. There was no one there in the morning.
The 3 weirdos dressed in rags are most definitely her lost kids, who tried to visit their mother. She doesn't recognize them here or in the photo of the 3 boys, but this is probably either her repressing her memory or slowly going insane by being exposed to the forest. We've seen evidence of her madness in the religious beliefs, in the gas masks, in the air provided by a dead child, and although we have no way to actually tell exactly when it started, even her initial departure from the village could have been caused by her slowly going insane or just desperate.
Now, it's pretty obvious what I'm going to say here. The 3 boys that left the village are the same 3 people that trade with you at the beginning of every single day. It's a little bit on the nose, but now we do have definitive confirmation of it.
The 3 even have the characteristic look of branches and ad hoc clothes we're used to seeing from the savages. Although these guys are a little bit more dignified, you know, they're not covering themselves in mud naked, yet. There's even some more proof coming from the gossip dialogue courtesy of the cripple.
No one lives around here anymore. Everyone is dead, only sometimes.
The man lowers his voice.
Sometimes I hear footsteps. They wake me up at night. The sound of bare feet against the floor. And bells sort of come out of nowhere. They move towards the trees, then come back. They pass me and fall silent. They're like a nightmare. A bloody nightmare.
Bare feet are a pretty big characteristic of the savages. Meanwhile, the bell sounds are most likely referring to the bell that one of the three carries around their neck. Whenever they're nearby, you can actually hear this bell as part of the ambience. There's the question of why they could be visiting the village, but I think I've got a pretty reasonable explanation for it. Remember how I said that the thief, their father, is part of the chorus of the talking tree?
I'm a thief, I'm not a grave robber.
Even the cripple outright says it.
I can still hear the cries of that thief. All the bloody time.
Well, I think it's not too much of a stretch to say that the three came here to see him. Even in this form, it at least still reminds them of the father who tried so hard to keep them alive. Again, the game is dropping so many hints about the true intentions of the forest and what happened to the people here, but we still don't quite yet have a complete picture. But I do like how if you take the time, the game actually really does flesh out all the characters you come across.
So now we have the oxygen canisters. Unfortunately, we can't just open them up and leave them to be filled with oxygen. It needs to be compressed air. So although we have one piece of the puzzle, we still need to fix the air compressor. So all we can do now is go back to the hideout, tuck ourselves in, survive another night, and then go out exploring.
Or at least some of you can, because Darkwood isn't yet done punishing you for pretty much every single choice you've made. After a few days in the swamp, even if you haven't been progressing the main quest, coming back to your hideout, you can find a note inside your workbench. But even worse, half of your inventory will now be missing.
Where's half my shit gone?
You've just been robbed. It's funny how many times throughout the game we've broken into abandoned houses, or sometimes houses with people even inside, and just robbed them blind. But now we've been robbed by none other than the Wolfman.
You've tricked me, meat. You've ignored my request, and this action has its price. If you want to recover your things, come to the old sawmill. It can be found in the edge of the swamp. Don't think you can do whatever the fuck you like. It's my fucking forest.
Once again, you're being punished for trying to take the moral path of not helping the homicidal furry intent on spreading misery to pretty much every single person in the forest. This encounter won't happen if you sided with him in Chapter 1, which is the easier thing to do, or if you killed him. But most players playing this for the first time probably won't do that, because time and time again, it's been proven that people will always choose the good path in video games, unless they're, purposely trying to do like a renegade or a negative karma run. And also, most players probably wouldn't have predicted that he would have came back anyway. That is, unless you cheated and read the wiki, which is an act so despicable, I can't stand for it. The Wolfman will take a lot of your items. This can be crafting materials, ammo, even entire weapons. And it really can shake the game up, because if you're prepared now in the late game, this could almost put you back to square one.
Now, fortunately, he only takes items from your workbench, so anything you've kept on your person or, left around the base, maybe not in the workbench, will be left intact. But if you do want to get anything back you've left in the workbench, you're going to have to go to the sawmill, which he has graciously left you an invitation for.
The sawmill itself is a huge structure, but it only has one entrance, right next to the train tracks, where carts would bring in wood into the sawmill. There's a couple of log piles here in case you still need boards or nails, but walking inside the sawmill, you can see the old machinery now covered in pulsating roots. In the corner is a metal door leading further inside. In playthroughs where the Wolfman doesn't show up for you in the swamp, there's pretty much nothing here to see. If you get his invitation though, the door is open and you can go inside. The next room looks like a connector between the entrance and the next hall. And there's a corpse here you can examine. A human corpse. Looks stuffed. Someone has hung a wooden board from its neck. It reads, assistant. The corpse has no items on it, but it has a huge inventory, which will be pretty important soon. Going through the hall, the lights will flicker on as you enter. The ambience here has a heavy breathing in the background. Possibly even the wheezing of the Wolfman hidden somewhere inside. There's also a couple of speakers hooked up to both sides of the room, through one of which a voice starts talking to you.
Meat! Your lack of respect is appalling. Ignoring my request has a price. Know my generosity, you stray. I will let you take back everything you've taken without permission. All you need to do is give me some quality entertainment. Before that happens, however, you'll need to hand all your belongings to my assistant. I don't want you to spoil the fun with your cheap tricks.
You'll now have to go back to the body in the previous room and leave all of your weapons and gear. Fun fact though, there actually used to be a glitch that would let you bypass this by dropping your items on the floor in the main room. So if you left one completely pointless item on the corpse and then pick everything back up in the main room, you'd actually be able to go through with this sequence, making this fight pathetically easy. Unfortunately though, while I was recording, this glitch has actually been patched, meaning you'll be forced to actually get good at the game instead. Once you come back into the room after dropping off all your items, the Wolfman will talk to you some more.
Excellent! Now, pick up the gift I left for you.
The gift being a table leg, which was the same weapon we used in the prologue, a knife, and 2 whole healing pills.
The deal is as follows. You will now provide me with some quality entertainment by fighting my brothers. And in turn, I will entertain you by playing on this violin I found recently. Let's begin.
The speakers start relaying Wolfman's attempts at playing the violin, and the first enemies start spawning in. 2 huge dogs. Enemies that, to be fair, we've definitely got used to fighting by now. Even facing them with such little equipment really isn't too bad. The main compromise you'll have to make is getting closer to enemies, because the table leg's reach is much shorter than the shovel or fire axe we've been using by now. I assume the Wolfman would have thrown more aggressive wildlife at you, like chompers or human spiders, but he probably can't tame them like he does the dogs. After killing the dogs, the real fight begins. The Wolfman barges into the room, screaming,
"Ignore me, meat. Time to die."
He immediately begins firing at you. This is the only time in the entire game that a firearm is actually used against you, and you do not want to stand in that bullet spray. Fortunately, the Wolfman has no concept of ammo conservation, so if you step behind one of the pillars, he'll keep trying to wallbang you like it's a match in CSGO. Once he runs out of his magazine, he'll drop his gun and instead attack you by lunging at you with his claws. His greatest tool against you is the pure fear factor of having this gigantic creature leaping at you while you're still trying to charge up an attack. The Wolfman works like a giant dog, but has a much shorter delay between attacks. On top of that as well, the lights will constantly flicker, so you can't really see him winding up a lunge. He can also follow up with a double punch, which can be deadly, as it can pretty much stun lock you from attacking for a good while. Despite all of this, the Wolfman still can't compare to the strength of a Polish table leg. This fight overall is actually pretty fair, but because of the frantic atmosphere this game creates, it's very easy to panic and get greedy with hits.
Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy?
I think that's one of the scariest things about this fight, because if you fuck up, if you die, that's it. Like there's no save scumming, there's no way to go back. Instead, you'll die, and if you come back to the sawmill, you'll find a note from the Wolfman basically telling you that he's just gonna keep all the items that he stole from you.
Fuckable meat.
But don't worry, he at least left you with a gift. There's a key attached to the note, which you can use to open a side room. Inside, there's a gramophone on the ground, as well as a violin, both items that used to belong to the musician. To be fair, to even get the Wolfman to follow you here, he most likely followed the musician's path, and in that case, he's probably dead anyway. So at least the Wolfman didn't kill him, probably just robbed his corpse. Now, the gift I mentioned, the protagonist will be reluctant to open it, but once you do, it's piece of shit. Wolfman basically shat in a box and gave it to you. But if you're good at video games, you might actually knock the Wolfman down. He'll be unable to move now, as you can even take his assault rifle, but he's still alive, so you'll have to finish him off. But even when he's about to die, he'll still keep up that tough guy facade.
You hit like a woman.
After which, he promptly dies. You can loot his corpse to get the sawmill key, as well as the wedding ring. Although, this one isn't real. It's a colorless imitation.
Now, if you can remember all the way back in chapter 1, that's where you can find the real rings. One in the hunter's cabin and one in the pretty lady's room. So there is a lore theory that the Wolfman and the pretty lady were actually related, hence the reason why he wants to eat her.
You can now enter the back room of the sawmill. This is where the Wolfman has been living, as evidenced by a campfire stove and bloodied elk carcass. The musician's violin and gramophone are also present here. You can find all your stolen items in a crate in the corner of the room. Just make sure that you have enough space to take them all and the weapons you left before the fight. Apart from that, there's nothing more for you in the sawmill, so you can head back to your hideout. One good thing about being robbed by the Wolfman is if you manage to win the sawmill fight, you can actually get his assault rifle, a gun that you pretty much couldn't obtain legitimately until now. You might at first find it a little bit underwhelming. It's locked in a 3-round burst. with every burst summing up to about half the damage of a shotgun shot. The medium caliber magazines hold around 20 bullets, so just under 7 full bursts.
It fires $200 custom tool cartridges.
The magazines themselves are much more rare, as you actually can't buy these from any traders in the game. So trying to laser high health enemies with it pretty much comes down to you wasting an incredibly precious resource. Where the gun excels at, though, is crowd control. It's especially good against banshees, as each bullet in the burst can take out a different banshee baby, making it very ammo efficient. For me, though, it'll never replace the shotgun.
No, fuck off.
But it's still a really good gun to keep in mind if you've got some spare medium mags. I've even seen people say it functions as a direct upgrade to the pistol, fulfilling the same role the pistol does, just with higher damage and more rate of fire.
Now, after killing the Wolfman, you can take all of your items back, but we're still left with the original objective, to get the compressor. Thankfully, from the note we found, we know that there's a clue lying for us in the junkyard.
You'll even have the cottage near the junkyard marked on your map. Both of these locations are right next to each other, so you just need to explore around the cottage and find the junkyard. Although the cottage itself is definitely worth exploring. The note you found before mentioned someone could be living here, and technically it was right. Approaching the house through a corridor made out of roots, you'll first see things that look like hybrids of snails and people. They'll speak to you in a distorted chorus, trying to finish each other's sentences but failing and repeating over each other's instead.
Who are you? I'm here. Who are you? Well, here. Got me loose, please.
The fentanyl got me moving like a claymation figure.
When you get to the cottage itself, you'll see a gigantic snail resting on top of its roof. As you approach, it'll retract into its shell. There's also an organic cord leading from the building that you can examine. Some kind of organic cords. They're slowly pulsating. They are surprisingly hard and durable. You can't enter the cottage itself because the snail's blocking it, but you can actually talk to the snail by breaking down a vulnerable part on its shell and going inside.
Who are you?
The snail's speech is extremely slow and slurry. He moves his jaw with great effort. It looks like it's about to fall off. His eyes sag from their sockets. They dangle from side to side, trying to keep me in their sight.
Why are you disturbing my forced rest?
His right eye raises with great effort and wobbles.
Your face! What happened to you?
The snail's jaw falls so low, it almost detaches itself from the rest of the body.
You scared me. You barely resemble a human, but nah. You should call me yourself.
Suddenly, I feel a subtle shiver beneath my feet. The snail's body livens up.
Quiet. Hear that? Do you hear that voice?
The snail tucks his head inside his shell.
She called. Calls to me. Can you hear it?
The snail falls silent for a longer moment. The inside of the shell is almost completely silent.
She's calling me, and I'm here trapped, bound.
The snail's body suddenly leans forward. The wooden construction of the cottage creaks under his huge bulk. I barely keep my balance.
Cut! He's loose! Please! I need to get out of here. If you will release me, I will leave. Come back tomorrow and I won't be here anymore. You can live in my home. You like it. You just need to cut me loose.
The snail falls silent. His enormous head slowly drops to the shell. Giant gleaming drops of mucus appear on his slimy skin.
You need to understand my predicament. I'm unable to do anything by myself. My legs are numb from lying here, but I can't feel my arms at all. I admit it. Lying in the sun gives me the strangest pleasure, but it's time for me to go. I have to.
Like the other creatures outside the cottage, the snail is more of a human-snail hybrid, similar to how the mushroom granny looked like a hybrid of a person and mushrooms. His entire body looks like a snail, but he can talk normally thanks to a human skull and jaw embedded in its face.
It makes a man hideous.
For some reason, he still complains about the protagonist being barely human, despite itself having almost no human features. He even repeats this in some of his gossip dialogue.
You're so ugly, I feel like puking. You barely resemble a human being.
If anything, this reminded me of Soma. You'd find various robots throughout the game who were convinced that they were human, and you were the weird one.
Now, this huge snail is probably what the other snails were referring to when they said to cut him loose. Much like the doctor, the snail can also hear distant calling, probably again from the forest.
In fact, if you think about it, there is a voice calling to you as well. In the Swamp Hideout night event, even the radio keeps telling you to come back to us. Even all the way back in Chapter 1, when interacting with the bunker door, you could hear a voice saying, "Come to me." These could just be hallucinations, but then why does everyone hear the same things? The snail expands on this more when you show him the photo of the road home.
Everyone is going there. It's the road home, after all.
You might remember the cripple saying that a lot of people used to travel to the road where the talking tree grows. The snail seems to confirm this, although it's unclear why the voice would be calling him to the road, which supposedly leads out of the forest. You can talk to him a bit more about his life story.
It was yesterday, or maybe a few days ago, maybe a year. I woke up in front of the house. I thought I was dreaming. I took a step and I fell down. I fell straight on the roof. How did this happen?
Considering that snails can't physically take a step, and that he was revolted by the protagonist's barely human appearance,
Ew!
It seems that the snail thinks itself to be human. He could just be a human mutated from the infection, unknowingly fused with a snail, or maybe just another one of the forest's abominations that, fortunately for you, ended up being less violent. This is even further shown by more of his gossip dialogue.
Once there was a beautiful clearing. Now everything's covered in water, and I've lost my gumboots. Do you have any gumboots on you?
Obviously, snails can't wear gumboots due to a severe leg deficiency. You know.
Meow.
You can also show him your rubber boots if you manage to make it through the Great Lake.
Gumboots.
Two teeth pop out of the snail's disfigured open jaw, together with a thick goo flowed down near my feet.
They'll be perfect for me.
He doesn't take them from you or anything. He's just a gumboot connoisseur. Coming back to the actual game, all the snail wants is to be free. Just do that and overnight he will be on his way and he'll never bother you again. Although at this point, you've done enough errands. So why not sit back, relax, and go catch some fish instead? There's a path splitting off from this one leading to the cottage where you'll find a small pond. Going in it, you can grab some fish for yourself. Finally, a game with better fishing mechanics than Far Cry 5.
Far Cry 5 was very good for nailing the realism.
Jesus Christ, I'm fucking fishing!
But if you actually want to make progress with the snail, instead of immediately going out to find out how you can free him, you can examine his belly. The roof beneath the shell is completely destroyed. The snail's shell is also badly damaged. Maybe I'd be able to get inside the cottage through the skin on his belly. It seems quite frail. This is yet another quest with multiple outcomes. The selfish option would be to just cut through the snail. It's a creation of the forest anyway, it's not really human. If the snail was once human, he's obviously beyond saving. This option is also a lot quicker since you don't actually have to find out how to free him, and also wasting an entire night for the snail to move his fat ass off the roof. Although choosing this, you'll be reminded by just how much of an asshole you are by doing this to the snail.
Leave me!
I won't fit inside. I need to keep trying.
Why are you doing this?
The hole is still too small. The entire shell even shakes with every strike. Just to remind you, this is the mean person choice. You are a bad person for doing this. Although doing this won't lead you to one of the most useful pieces of loot in the area. If you instead decide to help the snail, you can follow that organic cord you could examine earlier. Eventually, you'll find a destroyed shed sitting behind the house. There's a small puzzle here to access a blocked off area. You basically have to go back to the snail, hover your mouse over him until you find that he's been holding out a vaguely human hand. If you interact with this, you can take the key and open the shed door, drag the wardrobe away, and that's it. Although you might think to check the wardrobe first. Inside is a note about the junkyard. It shows you a map of the entire place, which is invaluable, but I'll explain why in a bit. There's also a small drawing of a guy in a hazmat suit on the side, possibly one of the outsiders. That, or it's an Among Us. To free the snail the humane way, all you need to do is complete the puzzle and progress to the area behind the shed. It looks like a clearing of beautiful white grass with a weird cocoon-like growth in the middle. You can break it using any weapon, thus freeing the snail. Talking to him, he'll thank you and give you his house.
I feel free again. When you return here tomorrow, I won't be here anymore. I will follow her voice. You will be able to live here. I promise.
He's now going to follow that voice, which, again, if we looked at where the doctor ended up, he's probably going to end up killing himself or going completely insane and killing multiple people, then himself.
Before even arriving at the cottage, you'll see the snail people along the path look like they've been crushed. Probably by the snail trying to fit its body through the small corridor. I wish that was me. Going inside to evaluate your new property, you'll first notice there's a small flickering light in the next room over. Before you can enter it though, there's a note you can pick up.
We have nothing to eat since the flood. I've caught some snails and frogs. Better this than nothing. Also, out of the crosswords that I found last year at the junkyard, the only thing that's left to do is keep writing this journal and listening to this strange radio. In 2 days, I'll visit the junkyard again. Maybe I'll find a tape recorder or something that'll let me record this weird signal. I feel like there's some meaning hidden behind it. I'm hungry. I'm eating grass and whatever I can find in the water. I've seen some strange men between the trees. They're not locals. They do not hide. They were dressed in strange clothes. I was too far to take a better look. Besides, I'm alone, and there were at least 3 of them. Maybe I'm delusional, or maybe these old ruins aren't empty. I found a blank tape and a broken tape recorder. Maybe I can fix it and do something with it. I've also found some other useful things. I've written them all down and left them for later. I don't have the strength to wear them all on my back. Is it possible that the radio tower emits this strange signal? It's been a couple of years since it's turned over, but no other signal reaches this place from outside. It must be that tower. I need to take a break from this radio. I hear this voice everywhere. It's strangely familiar. Can't get it out of my head.
There's another mention of that radio tower here. Looks like whoever lived here before. It might have even been the snail himself before his mutation. Whoever it was also hearing the voice and seemed to think it was connected to the radio. Throughout the game, we've seen the radio be used by whatever's behind the plague, telling us to come to it and even showing up in the prologue as the man with the radio dial for eyes. There's a reference to that thing that keeps showing up in my YouTube Shorts tab, but I don't think I want to go there.
This could also mean that the radio tower has direct correlation to whatever is infecting the entire region. Either that or it's just normal Polish radio.
There's also a mention of the 3, but that's really nothing out of the ordinary. They seem to be running the savages in this region, so it's only natural that they'd show up basically everywhere. This note also points out why all the creatures around the cottage were hybrids of snails. It seems like whoever lived here was suffering from hunger so badly that they had to turn to eating snails and grass to survive. It's possible that the forest may have got inspired by it, so to speak, just like how it got inspired by the bodies of the savages left in their marked circles. Next Next to the note is a crate that you can loot for some fabrics, as well as a map marking the radio tower on your map, in case you didn't get it in the elephant shed. It could be useful to visit the radio tower now, but honestly, we're so close to getting out, it's really not worth delaying anymore. Going into the side room, you'll realize the light you were seeing when you entered is actually an old radio connected to roots. A lot of rusty radio equipment is strewn on the floor, old recorders and destroyed tapes. Everything is covered in goo, dripping from the leaky ceiling. There's another mention of that goo again. You could actually see what it looks like outside on the cottage's roof, although that might have been the slime coming from the snail. Like the note said, the previous inhabitant of the cottage was obsessed with the radio and what it said to him. Looking for the source of the voice drove him insane, as in the end, he never managed to do it. You can just find him dead in the corner of the room, overgrown with roots and vines, just like the radio. A dry corpse, overgrown with small roots. As you turn to leave, you once again start having visions, and the radio starts speaking to you.
Are you her?
It's pretty much unintelligible, but it sounds like someone asking either, are you her or are you here? Leaving the cottage, all that's left for you to do is to explore the junkyard. As I said before, it should be somewhere nearby, so it really shouldn't take too long to find it. That map you found back in the cottage will genuinely come in clutch though. The junkyard itself is pretty large. It's composed of, well, you know, piles of junk. Some of this junk you can actually dig up for loot. And this sounds great, except digging a pile takes a fat 30% durability off your shovel. And only one of these piles actually has the compressor parts that you need. If you were to dig up all the piles of junk, you'd probably waste at least a few days and a bunch of wood and scrap just to keep your shovel in maintenance. Thankfully, to mitigate this a little bit, there's actually a free shovel lying next to one of the piles. Apart from being a huge time sink, it really does put you at a disadvantage because you're basically using what probably is going to be your main melee weapon to complete a quest, leaving you open to the elements while you run back to base to go and repair it. That is, unless you want to waste a large chunk of ammo. Now, the note you found actually contains the entire map of the junkyard, with each pile marked with a letter and catalogued, telling you what's inside. So all you need to do is find the pile marked as containing an old compressor and you're set. On top of that, if you need any specific resources, the note is a really good reference point, so you can find pretty much anything you need in the junkyard. Usually when you arrive here, the place is going to be overrun with enemies, forcing you to either waste a ton of ammo or beat them to death one by one, especially if they're camping one of the junk piles that you want to dig up. I say usually because depending on your previous choices, you can actually find an old character here. You might remember the elephant mother talking about a loud crash she heard coming from the junkyard a while back. Once you reach the middle, you'll finally realize what it was, and the music changes to a much sadder tone. It's a crashed rocket with a steaming corpse inside of it. This is Pietrek, or at least, you know, what's left of him. Unsurprisingly, his rocket never made it to space, instead crashing into the junkyard and scaring all the enemies away. This only happens if you agree to help him with the project and didn't agree to the Wolfman's little trolling of rigging a pipe bomb in one of the components. If you did, you won't find the rocket or Pietrek's corpse anywhere, as both have been incinerated long before getting to the swamp. It's kind of impressive that this little rocket even made it off the ground, to be honest. So much so that it's something Fallout New Vegas would shamelessly steal 4 years prior.
So what was the main inspiration behind Pietrek and his questline?
There's this song called Piotrek by this band called Ścianka, which is a Polish band, as you might have guessed. The song is like this monologue of this kid who lives in a junkyard and he's building a rocket and he's like obsessed with space and stuff, and it's really trippy, and it's pretty much, we just took the song and placed it in the game. So yeah, that's it.
Huge inspiration.
Yeah, it's a really cool song.
You can loot both the wreckage and Pietrek's corpse, although the corpse only has some wire on him.
Wire.
It could imply that he was trying to fix whatever was wrong with the rocket in his last moments, but just couldn't cut it. The wreckage, however, is a gold mine of useful loot. There's a welder, pliers, weapon parts, even a long barrel. There's also a big stack of scrap you can use to repair items or set up bear traps back at the hideout. Despite the junkyard being a gigantic location, that's about everything there is to find. But now, after all that, you finally have the compressor parts.
With the compressor finally fixed, we can fill up some fresh oxygen tanks and use it to access areas in the game we never could before. So again, it's basically like Doom. You just get a keycard to get another keycard to get another keycard.
But this really isn't the time to explore. You have one last thing you need to do to escape this horrible place. Arriving back at the village, you can now enter the cellar, and once you enter the water tunnel, you're thrown into another dream sequence. You'll wake up on the floor of the basement. It looks pretty well kept, all the containers are locked shut, and not even flooded too badly. You can even examine a giant barrel in the corner. A huge, rusty barrel. Judging by the smell, it still contains a lot of good gasoline inside. There's nothing more you can interact with. The only thing left to do is to move on through the door on the opposite side. Except once you cross the corridor beyond it, you end up in a room that looks exactly the same. You can't go back either as the door locks itself behind you. You can only keep going deeper. As you do, the room will become more and more decrepit. Firstly, you'll see a cow carcass lying on the floor, possibly left there as part of the village's food stores. Suddenly, the light goes out, and the door in the next room starts being broken down by someone on the other side. Eventually, they'll talk to you. Open. But there's no one on the other side. You can keep moving through the next room, and once you enter, all the crates start opening by themselves. In other words, it's a crate jump scare. Arriving in the next room, you'll see all the containers are now empty. The cow carcass looks decayed and shriveled, and there's now an opening in one of the walls of the room. It looks like someone is trying to dig a tunnel, although for now, there's barely a crack in the wall. The ambience also changes. Now you can hear banging sounds in the background, like metal striking metal. There's also an axe on the floor for you to pick up. The next room shows more progress on the dig. Most of the floor is now covered in dirt, and the tunnel is somewhat longer, with a backpack holding a torch laying at its entrance, but it's still a dead end. Moving forward, you won't actually see another copy of the room. Instead, there's a staircase, probably leading outside, although it's blocked by a barricade made out of crates and wood. A makeshift barricade blocking the entrance to the basement. Someone or something is trying to break through from the other side. Hitting it once with the axe will cause a villager to spawn behind you and shout at you.
What the hell do you think you're doing? You'll kill us all! Get back to digging!
Once the villager screams at you, you can do what he says and go back to the tunnel. Entering it now, you'll see the tunnel has extended significantly. Moving through it, you'll start to see infected bodies. Only a couple at a time at first, but as you progress, the entire room is covered with them. The corridor is seemingly never ending, so you might think to turn back and try a different exit. However, once you turn around, you'll realize that the only thing behind you is a dead end. Trying to progress now, you'll only find a wall. At this point, the floor gore spawns and engulfs your screen until you can't see anymore, waking you up from the dream. Alternatively, you could have just attacked the barricade again, causing him to scream, and then transform into a black chomper. Either killing it or dying ends the dream, with neither seemingly having any effect on the real world. Once you wake up, you're in the real basement. In contrast to the dream version, this one is completely flooded, with the neatly carved out corridors being replaced by winding tunnels overgrown with roots. There's a lot of dead ends as well as glares are sprinkled around, showing how hostile this area really is. Walking into the main room, you'll see a cow carcass is now completely decayed, leaving only a skeleton. All the crates are still open, but now they're covered in roots. You can search them, but despite their gigantic inventory, they're all completely empty. There's also a backpack on the ground with a single torch inside. You can exit the room just like in the dream and arrive at the barricaded staircase. Although you can't actually break this barricade unlike the dream, its layout suggests that this is actually the second staircase we could find back up top. You can also enter a small tunnel leading off from the corridor, but there's not much to find. A dead end, carved out by the roots. But there's also another tunnel, the one that the villagers locked in the basement tried to dig themselves to get out. This tunnel looks different. It was carved out by people, sloppily and hastily. It's a miracle it still hasn't collapsed yet. The further part of the tunnel is blocked by rubble. Looking through a crack, I can see giant, pulsating roots. Maybe I can find a way to destroy them. The corridor isn't wide enough to pass through, but you can see the beating heart of the talking tree in the next chamber. These are the tree's roots. Growing out the same tunnel we've seen the thieves dig that was later filled with corpses. It seems the talking tree consumed them while growing, which is probably why it grew faster than the rest of the forest. These corpses are also probably the ones we see inside the tree, talking and arguing with each other. You need to ignite the roots, but because the tunnel's blocked, you can't just throw a match in. It's not going to be as easy as that Fallout 3 quest.
I need to sell you television.
Looking around for something to help, you'll stumble upon the fuel barrel that was also present in the dream. Interacting with it now instead puts you into a dialogue box. The barrel's valve is rusty, but it seems to be working. Judging by the smell, there's gasoline inside. You're then given the option to open the valve. I grabbed the valve and tried to turn it with all my strength. It suddenly breaks. Gasoline slowly leaks out of the barrel. It slowly flows down the tunnel. You can see a small stream of gasoline leading down the tunnel. After doing so, the protagonist will comment, "The whole tunnel is flooded with gasoline. I must be careful." There's only one thing left to do now. You can use the torch you found and ignite the gasoline trail. It works. Amazingly well, in fact. The entire tree starts burning, and you can hear its screams coming from above. The fire is so intense that your entire vision is clouded by smoke and blaze. If anything, you should probably get out the basement before you suffocate. Coming out on the surface, you can see the overground part of the tree is completely alight, and the screams are even louder, almost drowning out the crackling of flames. Unfortunately, even though we've done all we can, we still can't go through yet. The huge tree will not yield to the flames so easily. It tries to smother the fire with its roots. It should all be over tomorrow. There's even a note made about it in the journal. I set the roots in the cellar on fire. The fire consumed the talking tree in its entirety. Even now, I can still hear it screaming. Seems like the cripple was right. The tree is enormous, and it will probably continue burning throughout the night. I'll return here tomorrow. Walking by the cripple, he'll call out to you.
Come here now. Come.
Although he doesn't have anything to say, but rather watch the tree burn in silence. The cripple's blind eyes stare hypnotized at the huge flame consuming the tree. It's as if the old man could see everything clearly now. The orange fire illuminates his pale, motionless face.
So at this point, it's probably best to go back to your hideout, load up on everything you've got, and get ready to leave. Because unlike Chapter 1 to Chapter 2, this will probably definitely be your final journey. So you need to stock up for it and only take the essentials.
Starting the night, you won't see any of the usual enemies. You might think you got lucky that the forest is letting you off easy, after all the challenges and all the hardships you've gone through, until at some point during the night, the radio once again turns on. At first, it's just static, but soon, it starts speaking to you. After the last line, it breaks down completely and sets itself on fire. The blaze slowly grows, consuming the floor around the radio and eventually the entire room. But it doesn't spread any further than that. Instead, one by one, you start getting assaulted by burning creatures, looking vaguely like people, but sometimes showing the split chomper maw instead of a head. They're basically just a standard zombie, and they're easy to deal with as basically any firearm or melee one-shots them. But as the night goes on, their onslaught ramps up. Eventually, there's so many of them that you can't even reload in time to defend yourself. You'll have to try to evade them instead, which is made even harder by the crowd coming at you from every direction and body blocking you. Just before you get completely overwhelmed, you start to hear that refreshing song cue, meaning dawn is coming. You survived, just barely, and now it's time to get out. You wake up to see that even though you survived, the 3 aren't there to greet you this time. Obviously, they weren't too keen on you burning down the tree and probably don't want to do business with you anymore. Going through the village, you'll see that the cripple is gone and you get a new journal entry. It worked. Only ashes remain of the tree. I feel I'm approaching the end of my journey. Is it possible? Where the tree once stood is now a mess of burnt wood and roots, with a huge smoke cloud hanging above you in the air. The tree didn't quite turn to ashes, but rather collapsed. Its charred corpse leaving you a path finally leading outside the swamp. Once you step through, the music changes and you reach a clearing. There's some buildings off to the side and even a well, but there's nothing interesting to find here. It's a couple of old houses, just like the ruins before. There's a rock path in the middle of the clearing. Following it, you'll eventually find a huge asphalt road. A colorless goo seeps from the cracks of the asphalt. As expected, the forest has, unfortunately, consumed this road. There's roots sticking out of the asphalt, but hopefully the way is still open. Following the road, you'll see a backpack on the side, as well as a road sign. The backpack actually has some torches inside, but examining the sign, your protagonist will read the writing out. The crossed out sign reads Darkwood. Oh my god, they said the name of the game! They said the name of the game! But also on top of that, that means the entire region of the game is called Darkwood. Now, I gave the devs a pass for their naming conventions before. But this game is called Darkwood because it takes place in Darkwood. I thought because the atmosphere was pretty bleak and dark and the plot has heavy focus on the trees, the wood, or because, you know, the game literally occurs 90% inside a dark forest. But apparently, no, the entire forest was just called Darkwood. More on the name, there is actually a real-life village in Poland called Czarnolas, which roughly translates into Darkwood.
So apparently there's a village called Czarnolas, which translates into Darkwood.
It's a coincidence.
We didn't know about the village before we started to make our game.
The name just kind of came up and we thought it was cool. We needed a name because we made a game called Kevin Costner's Tatanka Hunting Simulator 2013. You play as Kevin Costner and you jump from Tatanka to Tatanka, which
Bisons.
is bison, yeah.
Some game press took it. They made some articles about it and we were already developing Darkwood and we thought that we have to have a name so they can also like mention about our new game and our studio. So we choose Darkwood and Acid with the studio.
At least since the sign is crossed out, that means we're actually leaving Darkwood. If you can move past the whiplash you get from the in-game title drop, you'll see a grey body on the asphalt. It looks like it's stuck in place, similar to the villagers you could find back in the glade, but this time you can't even interact with it. Further ahead, you'll see a lone survivor. This is in fact the cripple, using the opening the tree being burnt down made to try and escape himself. But you have no option to help him, just to progress further. So yeah, good luck. Hope it goes well for you. Moving further up, we'll have the protagonist confirm what I'm sure you've been thinking ever since we stepped foot on this road. The road home. There's more frozen figures as you move forward. Regular people, but also savages. There's so many that they actually crowd the road, blocking it up and making it hard to pass through. You walk until you see a truck in the middle of the asphalt, and behind it a wall of trees. The road is blocked after all. Thankfully though, there is a side path. There's even a road sign that you can examine. 25 kilometers to the nearest town. Going down the path, you once again enter a thicket of trees, although contrary to every time you've done this before, this time it doesn't feel sinister. This time it feels like progress. Reaching the end of the path, you enter the epilogue.
You're still in the forest, but something has changed. The dark, oppressive ambience, the thunderstorms, the violent creatures, they've all disappeared. And slowly, very, very slowly but surely, the forest is changing. This is it.
Eventually, the trees become more and more sparse, up until you find yourself looking at a regular electrical tower out in the open. You're actually outside the woods. And when there's power, there's people. You can follow the electrical lines to find a town. Not a couple of ruined cottages barely held together, a real town, made out of the PPR's finest concrete. Now, because it is Poland, there's that classic Soviet grayscale color range on pretty much everything, which in most games would be oppressive and bleak, but here it's surprisingly comforting compared to the sickly greens and browns of the swamp. There's a woman feeding the birds on a bench, and as you approach her, the birds fly away.
And they're gone. Who's going to eat the bread now?
There's even a small playground with a sandbox and a carousel. as well as a chalky outline used for hopscotch. Despite barely anyone being around, the place is still a stark contrast to the woods of the game. It feels lived in, like there are real people going about their day here. In front of the huge apartment building, there's a woman sitting on the bench, my first floor neighbor. And finally, for the first time in the game, your character actually speaks out loud. Good day.
Good day to you.
Now, the normalcy in this dialogue is astounding. It seems like a normal exchange that you get in the opening of like a Bethesda game, but the fact that we've spent like 10 to 20 hours inside the forest, hunting, surviving, trading, and then just to have this completely normal exchange, not with, you know, a furry or an insane man that wants to go to space, just someone completely normal living in an apartment block. It feels refreshing, but also incredibly strange.
Entering the building, it really looks like a standard run-of-the-mill Soviet block of flats. Upon entering, your character will say, "This is my staircase." There's also a bike in the corner with the word ass written in Polish next to it, because of course it does. You can even examine it. It's been here since I can remember. Weird that no one ever tried to steal it. There's an elevator, but unsurprisingly, it's out of order. You can also go into one of the corridors to see a man on the ground, probably passed out from one too many Polish special 95% spirits.
Boss, got any spare change?
The inclusion of the standard issue Polish blackout drunk man really makes you feel like you're home here. Going upstairs, you'll see a woman cleaning the floor.
Pleased to see you, mister. Haven't seen you in a while.
You can inspect the flowers next to her. They're still green, even though I never see anyone tending to them. Maybe they feed on discarded cigarette butts. Going in the corridor above, you'll see some more tasteful Polish graffiti, and eventually you'll arrive at a door you have the key for, your own apartment. Home sweet home. After all you've gone through, all you need to do now is just go to your bed and rest. You can leave your coat on the wardrobe next to the door, but the bedroom door is locked, so you'll have to find the key first. You can go into the kitchen where you can find a note on the table. I made you some soup. Heat it up. Next to the table is the stove. And it's really weird seeing this stove because there's no jars of protective substance or any pipes coming out of it. It really is just a regular oven. This is pretty much the first time in the game where we've seen a stove used for actual normal food. And mushrooms, by the way. I forgot about the mushrooms. The old trusty gas stove. There's still some soup in the pot. You can turn on the stove and cook yourself some nice traditional Polish soup. I grab the largest dish from the closet under the sink and pour myself a bowl. It's not much, but it's enough. I don't remember the last time I've eaten a home dinner. Upon which you'll receive a nice plate of rosol, Polish chicken soup. Now, I would like to say that when I saw this on stream, I did say some pretty horrible things about it.
Is that what Polish food looks like, bro? Damn, that's rough. You can see the grease because the bubbles on it. That's premium rosol. Traditional Polish soup. That is a pot noodle. How are you saying that's a delicacy? That's a fucking pot noodle with hot water. That's it. That is the traditional Polish delicacy right there. Oh my god, it looks so good. Look at that premium cut. It just looks like a sad pasta.
But since I traveled over to Warsaw and interviewed the devs of Darkwood, I actually ended up trying it. And I would actually like to officially retract my awful, hurtful lies and confirm that it actually is pretty peak. I do actually kind of get the meme now about British food having absolutely no flavor and being just horrible. After obtaining the delicacy, you can interact with some more appliances around the apartment, like the bathtub. I'm barely standing on my feet. I'll take a bath tomorrow. Or the washing machine. The Frania washing machine. I spent 2 days in the queue to get it. You can even wash your hands in the sink. Probably should have done that before eating the soup. To get the bedroom key, you'll have to visit your living room. Inside, you'll meet the best part of the entire game and what your whole journey has been building up for. Your dog, Surek. You can even pet him. Look at that, so wholesome. Just ignore the fact that he uses the exact same model of the dogs that you beat to death in Chapter 1. You can examine and search the TV that back in the apartment dream played Teddy Drop Ear. A black and white Reuben, a real luxury. Unfortunately, it's broken. Inside, there's a flashlight and a battery, but it's not like you'll need those anymore. The wardrobe next to the TV has some fabrics, probably just blankets to put over the sofas. Although if you try and sleep on one of them, the protagonist will refuse. I'm very tired. I prefer to lie down in a regular bed. One thing to actually note here, all of your inventory is now inaccessible, so if you take anything from the wardrobes, you won't actually be able to use it. This is probably to stop people just pulling out their AK and gunning everyone down. In the corner wardrobe is the key you need to finally enter the bedroom. If there's nothing more on your mind, then finally laying down and taking your long-awaited rest. It's my bed. The white crumpled sheets look as if I've just woken up, at last. I feel my sore legs buckling underneath me, my body becoming heavy and overwhelmingly lethargic. It was a grueling journey, days of human torment. Cool side note here, the game will actually track how many nights you spent in the Darkwood, showing it as basically a stat screen on here. You can choose to go to sleep. There's no one to stop you anymore. You're home. You're safe. After all the suffering you've endured, and definitely inflicted onto others, you can rest. A sedating warmth washes over me, a warmth of security and happiness. The camera pans out, and that's it. You've done it. There's some text scrolling by talking about the fates of characters you left behind. But other than that, it really is the end of the game. You escaped the forest. You didn't get the answers you wanted, but at least you're out. You're finally free. But it feels like there's still more to be found. It feels unsatisfying leaving the forest like this. So many questions are left unanswered. I know the protagonist is tired, but why would he go straight to bed instead of, I don't know, contacting the authorities or someone to let them know what's happening? Surely there's something deeper still left inside the woods. Going back all the way to your first meeting with the doctor in chapter 2, he mentions some more water tunnels that he couldn't get through. But if you fix the compressor and filled up an oxygen tank, you'll be able to access these areas. Following his directions, you'll eventually stumble upon a water tunnel leading to a wreckage of a helicopter. It must have been surveying the forest and crashed here. Though it's unclear if that was the forest's doing or rather just an accident. There are roots growing all over the wreckage, but to be fair, they're basically in every single environment we've been in. And because how rapid the growth is, you really can't tell if this crash was recent or months ago. Off to the side, you can find a dead body, presumably belonging to a soldier. He's holding an assault rifle and a magazine for it. Although at this point in the game, you probably won't get too much use out of it. You can enter the crashed helicopter through a crack in its hull. Inside, you'll see some more corpses. One holding some common loot, and the other holding a photo. A photo of the doctor.
It's torn in half, but you might remember another photo that was torn in half all the way back in the train wreck. Back then, we assumed that it was the doctor's family, and now we're probably right. Combining the two torn photos together, it definitely does match. This helicopter might have even been one sent by the military to exfil the doctor, because he was basically the only person in the region with any medical expertise. And even though he didn't know how to treat the plague, he definitely would have heavily studied it, much more than any of the outsiders.
One possible theory is that because the corpse is holding the photo, it could be that it was actually his family in the helicopter that went looking for him. Or she passed a photo onto a rescue team so they could recognize the doctor and pull him out. Again, it's nothing concrete, but it's still something to consider. Also, an important thing to mention is that the helicopter has the Air Force checkerboard on it, meaning it belonged to the Polish Air Force. It might seem like a pretty insignificant detail, but this pretty much confirms that the outsider group we've been talking about all this time was actually headed by the Polish government, instead of being, for example, a private splinter group. There's nothing more to be found in the wreckage, but there's a group. There's nothing more to be found in the wreckage, but there's still one more water tunnel to explore, either by following the doctor's general directions again, or by finding a map all the way back in the swamp village. You'll be able to find the burned cottage. It always spawns near the village, so it's pretty easy to find. Entering the tunnel, you'll emerge right in front of 3 crosses. The burned cottage is even marked by 3 crosses on your map, showing just how characteristic they are to this location. Inspecting them will have the protagonist read the inscription, an old, simple wooden cross covered in inscriptions. I can still decipher one of them. May you never know hunger again. Getting out of the water will also cause him to comment. Some skeletons have been pushed out by the water and are now lying in the mud.
Now, this was probably the old village graveyard, but it's been so washed up it's hard to even tell anymore, apart from a couple of gravestones. The inscription on the crosses could even be hinting at the hunger that destroyed the entire village, or even created the talking tree.
Exploring the cottage, you can find 2 photos, one depicting a group of people walking on a road in the middle of the village, while the other shows a helicopter flying over a burning building. The helicopter looks similar to the wreckage, but there's nothing really confirming this link. Once you pick up the first photo, a human spider will spawn in the entrance room and attack you. According to the wiki, it's supposed to talk to you, but in my run, I just fed it a buckshot as soon as I saw it. Look, I'll be honest, there's enough dialogue in this game. I don't need one of the enemies to give me a lore dump about his wife's son. But if you're interested, the dialogue that it's supposed to say goes like this.
You've torn us apart, burned our houses, locked us in here, sentenced us still in the woods.
Killing it, you can get the key to the burned cottage. Since the human spider was holding the key, it could mean that it used to be the previous inhabitant of this cottage. As human spiders look like amalgamations of dead bodies, it could be possible that the forest actually uses the corpses from the graveyard to create them. This spider specifically shows semblance of remembering its past life, talking about how it was condemned to stay in the forest. This seems to be a really common theme with characters remembering or failing to remember past parts of their life. That, or this is the forest fucking with us for the 20th time. It's also interesting that when speaking to the protagonist, it talks like we were responsible for burning down the house. We've heard before of the outsiders burning down houses to slow the spread of infection, so it does make sense. It could even mean that the helicopter in one of the photos was responsible for setting the fire. If so, then it explains how the outsiders could burn all these buildings around the forest without exposing themselves to the infection inside. Apart from these two locations, there are no more underwater tunnels to visit. But there is one more important place to check out that we haven't properly had time to explore since we were trying so desperately to get out. The radio tower. There were a couple of mentions before, like if you entered the snail's cottage and found the notes, the protagonist even mentioned it might still be emitting signals in the journal. Not only that, but the old journal from the elephant's shed also hinted at a possible second exit as an alternative to burning down the talking tree. Even though we already found a way out, this might at least show us some more of the areas surrounding the swamp. First, approaching the radio tower, you might see a slimy trail on the ground. It looks like this is where the snail was led to by the voice. Maybe the radio tower really is the source. It would explain why the forest can speak to us through the radio back at the hideout, as well as the strange transmissions described in the note I mentioned earlier. Before even going into the radio tower, if you stayed around the swamp for a long time, and I mean a really long time, which from my experience took around 20 in-game days to spawn in, you can find a small campsite near the entrance. You can search the campfire to find some paper scraps, and there's a burnt map. The map is unreadable. I can see some kind of drawing in the corner. Is it a combine? No, not the Half-Life combine. A combine harvester. There's also another note. A torn page from a journal. Your journal. Boredom. The news was pure garbage as always. I was only waiting for the Sports Digest. We won 2-1. I watched Plastishowy Pimentik before going to sleep. Boring life on leave. In 1 week, I will walk into the woods. It will be my 6th time. This time, we're going in from the west. The trip will be exceptionally long. We're taking one of the longest tunnels. It almost reaches to the last zone. Supposedly, it's starting to give under the pressure of the roots, but the job is urgent, so fuck safety. I have no idea how any of this is kept under wraps. Are those poor saps unaware of the fact that we're taking trips under their feet? Maybe they like it here so much they don't really care? I wouldn't be surprised. This is the first page of your journal that the doctor ripped out when he found you and interrogated you. It's worth mentioning that this camp only appears if you got an appointment with the doctor and then failed the dream sequence. It's basically an alternate path the Doctor takes if he travels alone instead of teaming up with you. Reading through the journal page is a stark contrast to the notes we've been making all throughout the game. At this point, the protagonist would give anything to go back to the ever so boring life on leave. It also seems like this expedition was deemed risky all the way from the start, with even the protagonist acknowledging that the bunker tunnel was starting to give under the pressure of the roots. Whatever mission we had, though, was deemed more important, though it obviously stopped mattering after we got stranded here. Interestingly, this note also shows the outsider perspective on the people stuck living inside Darkwood. The protagonists seem to think that the people stuck here liked living in the forest, thinking that they were unaware of the outsiders walking beneath them. This comment might also be why the Doctor hates the protagonist so much. After all, he's been stuck here for years trying to escape, and this random outsider he found is snarling on him and the rest of the villagers that are suffering, all while he's failed to save any of them. Also, another real-life reference, that show that the protagonist watched, Plastishowy Pimentik, that's actually a real-life children's show that was released back in the 80s. By looking at a couple of videos, I guess it's just the Polish version of Morph. I mean, they're both weird orange characters made out of Play-Doh, so kind of makes sense. So this is the doctor's camp. If you need any more confirmation, you can even find his old camera in a sack next to the campfire. The same camera you could find in the prologue, although now it's covered in mud. We know from the Elephant Mom's dialogue that even in this path, he's also slowly going insane.